Culdcept's enormous power, evil
here we are.
emerged from the ground.
Okay, well,
Magical spirits
I will not talk for a minute so you can get part of this lore.
Humans were also affected by its power. People with mysterious powers appeared at various places on the continent. They were known by later generations as scepters. Scepters had the ability to release at will power sealed in the shards of Culdcept. And they made a startling realization. Culdcept was the means for ruling the universe.
The timer will start. I'll tell you when the timer starts, don't worry about it.
Culdcept to its original state would possess the power to create a new world and a new universe. He would be God.
Okay, this is Culdcept DS. It is a game that did not make it to the US, and we are playing a fan translation of it that is mostly in English. First thing we gotta do is to clear our data to validate the run, because, you know, you can change your options and you don't want to, like, hold over things from previous games. We're not doing New Game Plus. So this is a board game, card game, and I'll be talking about the mechanics as we go. I didn't remember it was going to take me back to the title screen. Don't worry about it. Okay, first we got to make our man. We always go with this boy. No funny names today. And we got to pick our book. Don't worry about it. They're all in Japanese. I like the fourth one, but they're all fairly balanced. This is going to be a fairly cozy run because we're including cutscenes, so we're not aiming for a world record or anything. Our goal is primarily redemption, because the last time we did this in an event, everything fell apart. And so, the goal is to get through the game without things falling apart. We're doing story mode, and the timer is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
The Bableshka continent, where once upon a time, Kuldra and Balters were at war. There, humans, the last creatures created by Kuldra, were living in their days of prosperity. But the day comes when their flourishing culture faces crisis. It all started when a small card-shaped stone found in various places was ascertained as fragments of Culdcept, the book of creation and destruction. Culdcept will award the one who unifies it with infinite power. It was told in the myth of Ruedo. Scepters, the men who manipulate the cards, started war all over the continent to collect the pieces of Culdcept. It was at this war-shattered time that a young man emerges. Let us tell thou the story of a long journey this young man will follow.
Okay, so that was fairly dense. I understand if there's a lot to unpack there, but there are mystical cards, and they have almighty power. And there's this guy. This guy is a, well, he's not really explained in the lore as what he is. He's the only one like him that we ever experience, but that's Goal again. He's a man-staff thing. Hold on. So here's Zenith. He's our primary antagonist. We're going to be seeing him a lot. Logan's already putting himself down. All you gotta do is believe. Alright. We're not gonna listen to any of his advice for how to play the game. We're not worried about that. We're gonna go into settings, turn text speed to fast. And that's the main speed tech. So the way the game works, they will constantly interrupt with like these, you know, they kind of like sass each other during the game. I'm not going to stop and read those things. I'm going to kind of like try to play the game quickly between the cutscenes. The cutscenes, which I have not watched in quite some time, so I really have no idea how much time they take up, but an estimate has been set, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, so what's going on with this game is we are caring about gathering up real estate and doing that by placing monsters on territories. And you can already see that I have placed a couple in the green. I intentionally started with a red-green deck, so the colors I care about on this map are red and green, because I don't have any blue or yellow creatures. Ideally, when you play a creature, you want it to match the color of territory because it gets a defensive bonus. Zenith will pretty much always pick a fight with you if he lands on your stuff. So the fastest thing to do is to not put down things in the territories you don't care about, because he'll just keep picking fights with them. It is basically like Magic the Gathering plus Monopoly, yeah. I don't have any creatures to deal with this, so what I can do instead is a territory action and level this up. And you already see sort of the cycle of what we're going to be doing throughout the game, which is to level up territories so that they're worth more. The number underneath the creature is the toll value of that territory that you have to pay. I do not want to level up that wolf because he does not match the green color. He's a neutral creature. But I do want him there because having multiple creatures on the same color of territory creates what's called a chain, which makes the property values go up. I cannot win against this guy, so I'm just gonna give him 30 bucks. So you see his chain value just went up because he played another creature in the yellow territory. And that's pretty much the main thing you want to be doing in the game. Nah, you can have it. I don't care about this. If you land on the tower or the castle, then you get to do territory actions, so we're going. If he lands on it, things will be particularly fast, because then we'll get $720 out of him.
Discard your card.
There we go.
Aim for the castle.
Another territory action you can do is you can swap a creature out. That's what he will. I think pretty much all the AI will do that, is they will, you know, feel like they want to put matching things down if they can, so they will spend a territory action to do that. I did the same. Because I rolled a 1 and there was anything better I could do.
Discard your card.
That can go. Useless. Okay. Roll a 2! So if you don't want to pay the toll, you can get into a fight with the person. So the types of cards you have creatures, you've got items, and you've got spells. Items you play during battles to affect your stats one way or another. Some are defensive, some are offensive. I knew he couldn't win that fight, so I didn't bother to do anything. And we're moving on. It's similar to Fortune Street. It's not by the same company. Fortune Street is older.
Aim for the castle.
So if you called this a Fortune Street ripoff, I would not be mad at you. Someone might be mad at you.
Good luck to your next journey.
Another thing that's going on is if you attack a square next to a square that you already own, you're going to get what's, I don't know what the actual term is. I call it a buddy bonus. So you see that rat has 20 plus 10 attack power, and that's because he owns the square next to this. I didn't need to defend this, but my secondary goal whenever I'm playing this game is to embarrass Zenith, so that's why I defended it. That yellow square isn't really worth anything to me, so, like, wasting armor to defend it isn't really valuable, but, you know. We did it anyway. Yeah.
Discard your card.
There's obviously a lot going on on the stats of the cards. That is just a whole thing that we're not really going to get into. Basically, all of the cards have their own individual abilities and things going on that you are also factoring in with every decision you're making. Yeah.
Defense is too strong.
This game is very random. It's not 100% random. If it were 100% random, it would be a bad speed game. I would say that it's probably
Aim for the castle.
a fairly even split between strategy and randomness. Because if you try to play the game without paying attention to what you're doing, you'll just do very poorly. You are constantly making little calculations about what to work on next, what you can play, what your enemy can play. He can win that. I still have armor. Yeah, I'll protect this boy. But it is the reason why the estimate for the game is just, you know,
Battle.
anyone's guess how long the game will take. If I can get him to land on the things that I've leveled up, then it'll go quicker. But he might just never step on the things that I level up, and I might step on the things that he levels up. Just the way it goes. The Gas Cloud's ability is that it takes half damage from things, so it's a great defensive card. You can't really... no, we don't want to do that. You can't really game over. The game saves between maps, so even if you lose a map, realistically, like, the run will just keep going until you eventually end the game. I don't care about this. So, like, even if you do poorly on a map, even if you get destroyed by randomness, you're going to be getting cards at the end of a map that you can use to improve the quality of your deck, and so it always, like, you always have some sort of forward momentum.
You got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
So in the context of, like, an event like this, the worst case thing that could happen is I just like have to keep replaying a map over and over again until I eventually win. I didn't even talk about how, like, the goal of what we're doing, we want to get an amount of money in order to move on with our lives. The goal on this map is 6,000, I don't know, Culdcept bucks. Yeah, so at the end of every map, we're going to get new cards. You get like a booster pack of cards, and you get to do a little deck building between, which is why it's like Magic the Gathering in that sense. And, 1, 2, 3. Fortunately, I have no movement cards, otherwise I would make him step on my stuff. So, like, even if you get to a particularly difficult part of the game, in a sense it will eventually even out in terms of, like, the randomness, because it will, you know, give you good cards to put in to help you do better. I would say the game has a steep learning curve. So see, I just got a bunch of bucks out of him because he stepped on that thing. And, we're getting close to our goal. I might have to do another lap, which would be unfortunate. No, I'm definitely going to have to do another lap. 50. Give it a shot. I think I might be able to take him out with a buddy bonus. Yeah, got him. That might actually be enough that I don't have to do another lap. Should be good. I would say a casual playthrough, if you haven't played any Culdcept game before, maybe 20 hours. There's only 10 maps in the first Culdcept game, so it's not that big a deal. Right, he's got a mace, attack first. He just loses. I think we're gonna have enough. I don't think we have to do another lap, and that's good. Get out of here, Golian. Don't tell me what to do. Yeah, alright. So you see that we're gonna get some cards here. The cards you get are random, sort of. You get sort of a mixture of things depending on what map you played. The first map just gives you full random, but later on they will be dependent on sort of like you get more of a chance to get red cards or yellow cards. Well done. You're in the same boat. That's true. Thank you. Thank you for explaining how to use a map. Yep. Okay. So we're gonna enjoy the experience of editing our book here. Unfortunately, well, that's fine. That's also fine. That's good. That's good. That's not great, but I don't have any yellow cards, so I'll take it. This is great armor. I don't think there's ever been a reason why I would use that card, and that's too expensive for me to want to use. So I'm going to throw out some of my junk cards that I started with. I have to keep 50 cards in my deck at all times. I'll throw out this and this. I didn't even remember what this kid's lore was. And then he just explains to me what's going on with our map here, which is that it's divided into 2 areas, which just means that like the chain of one region won't affect the region of the other half. So like if I place things on this green area up here, it's not affecting the chain over on the left side.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort.
This is good. I often have people ask me about what's going on with the lore of these characters, and I'm like, I don't know. So I'm glad I'm able to answer that this kid has a sick mom, apparently. That's his story. Here. Sebastian is much less aggressive. He generally won't pick a fight with you if he doesn't think he's going to win. Unlike Zenith, who just will absolutely attack you like 90% of the time. So each AI character you encounter has a different behavior, and you kind of like, you know, use that to your advantage. The other thing that's going on with his cards is that he has a lot of support characters, and support as an ability means that you can play another creature as if it were an item and just add stats together, which is
Discard your card.
tough to deal with sometimes.
Mana.
And it means that if you're paying attention to what cards he has, you need to also be paying attention to what creatures he has in his hand at any time, because you can use them as if they were armor.
Aim for the next
Other than that, this is... it's not really important now, but pretty much from this map onward, we're going to start worrying about what's in our opponent's hands at all times.
Good luck to your next journey.
Because I know that he's got chainmail and a buckler, that means that I don't want to pick a fight with him right now.
Fly.
That was the worst possible roll I could have got.
Discard your card.
So yeah, the cards you get after every battle are random. Every, you know, individual roll and every individual turn is random. There's a lot of randomness in this run. Sure.
Aim for the castle.
I don't think I talked about this earlier, but as you level up squares, the defensive bonus something will get if it matches the color of territory is equal to the level of the territory. So that dwarf that's level 3 is getting plus 30 HP to defense, so he's not going to mess with it because he can't win. So as you level up territories, they become more entrenched, which gives you motivation to, you know... Oh, I bumped the shoulder button. Doesn't matter which way to go.
Discard your card. You got a reward.
Gives you one more motivation to match the color of the creature to the territory.
Discard your card.
I'm gonna go ahead and shatter his buckler. shatter his sling.
Aim for the castle. Aim for the next fort.
Oh, okay. We will not win that fight. And that's why it's worthwhile to know what items are in his hand, because I'm not wasting resources to start a fight. If it wasn't clear, it costs money to play creature cards, and even if you're just like picking a fight with someone, you have to pay the cost in the upper left corner of the card. So this is the worst card I have.
You got a reward.
So you don't want to be wasting money just picking fights with people for no reason. I'm gonna go this way to get past the stuff they've leveled up. And I'll swap this out.
Discard your card. Discard your card. Discard your card. Aim for the castle.
This map also had shrines, which are sort of like the community chest in Monopoly. Just a random thing will happen when you land on that space. Usually it is not particularly relevant, but sometimes it can absolutely ruin you.
Discard your card. You got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
Up.
Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. Discard your card.
Oh. Bold action. I'm pretty sure I will lose. Yeah.
The offense defeated.
Sorry, Roadrunner.
Discard your card. Aim for the castle.
Yeah, so make that 50, and I would do 50.
Hand. Hobgoblin.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the castle.
Mana.
this way. I'm gonna level up this thing and hope that he steps on either one of these things.
Discard your card.
Well, I got hard news for him. I'm gonna make him step on this thing.
Discard your card.
And then we're gonna make him step on that thing.
Holy word 1.
So movement cards are super helpful for exactly what you just saw.
Discard your card. You don't have enough magic power.
One of the big ways you can mitigate the randomness of dice rolls in the game. So I could do 70. Yeah, he's got armor. Yes.
Discard your card.
Buckler, leather
You've
mace.
got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card. Discard your card. Discard your card.
It's trash.
Discard your card. Aim for the next court. Discard your card. Discard your card. Aim for the castle.
Swap. This is kind of one of those moments where there's just really not a whole lot going on. I need him to step on the stuff that I've leveled up, and I need to not step on his things. That's basically it. It was a pretty, you know,
Discard
not
your
compelling
card.
map. Oh!
You got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
My alarm just let me know
Discard
that I'm doing a
your
Culdcept
card.
run.
Discard your card. Aim for the castle.
So,
Discard your card.
oh, nice.
Discard your card.
Yeah, sure.
Discard your card. Discard your card. Aim for the next court. Discard your card.
Roll a 1 or a 2.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Okay. do 75. Yeah, I would not win. He's got a buckler, so he just block it. Yeah, okay. I just not win. Wow.
Hoodlum, wall of stone.
So creatures have like restrictions on what they can use in a wall of stone you can't play armor on, so I couldn't do anything about that. Even though I'm walking around with armor.
Discard your card. Discard your card. Aim for the castle. Discard your card. Discard your card. Aim for the next You've got a reward.
Just barely hit the
You
threshold.
are the winner of this war.
I was sure I was gonna have to do another lap. Well, I guess you lost, kid.
The true winner.
Okay, well, that's the lore of those guys. We will never see them again. So... I didn't even remember what they were... what their story was about. Okay, sure. It's true. They're no longer a threat. We want to dump these, these, and that's it. Who dares? Fills me with rage! I like how Gulligan was so distraught over it being a talking ape, but he is a talking staff.
For the next fort.
50 is min, what is max cards also fit? Yeah, you have to have 50 cards. Okay. So Kotetsu is very aggressive, just like Zenith. The difference is that he has a lot of weapons in his book. He has no armor, just lots of weapons. So I find that the best strategy is to be a bully to him and fight his stuff whenever possible. It costs time to do that, but it ends up kind of balancing out, because otherwise you're risking him coming in and just wrecking your business, because that's what he excels at doing.
Aim for the next fort.
The other games released in the West were Culdcept on the PS2, which is the second game of me doing this event, and Culdcept Saga on the 360. We are 2 for 2 on flies that have done absolutely nothing for us. So, that's cool.
For the next port.
Kotetsu also has no green or blue creatures.
Aim for the next port.
Magic.
We're just gonna go ahead and blast the bee so we don't step on it.
Aim for the next port. Discard your card.
Another thing we have not talked about how some creatures have land restrictions where you can't play them on specific colors of territory. So I can't play a wall of stone in a field. This is fine.
Aim for the castle.
Okay, so this guy has 60 health. We're just gonna do a little one of these.
Fighter. Hellhound.
Here's a spear. Well. I have found that it is difficult to play this game correctly while you're talking to someone. I knew in my brain that he had weapons, but my brain did not remember correctly that they were spears. I thought he had 2 maces. That's a consequence of trying to play the game quickly. Yeah, I mean, like, there are people who just watch me stream this who I know have not played the game, but I'm pretty sure if you're just, like, present long enough, you will pick up on, like, the things that you're supposed to be doing. It's, like, there's a lot of complicated things happening, but also, like, it all kind of makes sense. And you go, okay, yeah, I understand what you're trying to do here. You want to build up chains, and you want to have things next to each other and raise up their values, make them step on the stuff. Got it. Now, unfortunately, a thing that happened that is going to cost me time here is he immediately landed on... I can't do anything with that. He landed on the square where I shot that bee. He just landed on it and put down another bee. If you destroy a creature off a territory with, like, magic, like I did, and that square maintains its level value. So nothing happened other than me wasting my money trying to make something happen in terms of causing him damage. So, things aren't going great, but, you know, we'll persevere. We also can at any time just dump the map and start over. There's no reason why you can't do that. It's just kind of like taking a mulligan. I will often reset a map at the start if I draw like a bad hand of cards. I don't feel inclined to do that right now, but we'll see. We'll see if it comes to that. Okay, so I would land on his B, which has, you can 70, I do 70, as long as I can pay for it. Okay.
Aim for the next port.
Dwarf. Hornet.
So, we're trying to get some revenge here. Well, it's not even really revenge, it's just we're trying to destroy his B again. Thanks for helping me set up. hopefully things don't fall apart.
Discard your card.
Okay. Snake.
Giant snake. Green mold.
Snake does poison damage, so we'll see. I think it's gonna be fine. Poison damage is like some percentage of your total health that I don't understand what the value is. I'm not worried about it. And then the mold refreshes back to full health at the end of a fight. Bum, 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 bum. It's horrible. Okay.
Aim for the next fort.
Okay.
Pegasus.
So you can do 50 damage. The Chimera's thing is that it attacks first, but his Pegasus also attacks first, so they cancel out and the attacker will go first.
The defense was too strong.
Mana.
I need to go to either of these. This is right. We will go Swap-a-Rooney. That way down. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. That guy is doomed.
Lion's mane.
Nice.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the castle.
So I would say my luck up to this point has been average to maybe slightly below average.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Giant.
He's gonna do
rat.
15
Gas
damage.
cloud.
The defense was too strong.
We don't talk about the last marathon.
Aim for the castle.
There's no record of it ever having happened. You know, I think I'm gonna swap out this mole because he's poisoned.
Aim for the next fort. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
So for those not in the know, I did play this during a really, really longathon, and because it's just like this, it was a late night event. Some shenanigans happened overnight where the server just went crazy and everything fell apart. So this is the redemption run. We're hoping to just, not have things fall apart. That's the main goal.
Discard.
How do you win? On any map, there's a value amount that I need to get that is... So if you look on the secondary screen, underneath the round number, it tells you what the goal number is. And if you look over underneath my name, I've got like a number on the top and a number on the bottom. The number on the top is my cash on hand, and the number on the bottom is... Well, didn't win a fight against that guy.
Aim for the
My
next fort.
cash plus land values.
Discard
So I want that number on the bottom to equal 7,000 or more. And then I gotta do that for all the maps in the game. So there are 10 maps, and we're on map 3. Yep.
Giant
Oh, he's gonna
snake,
crush this wall of stone.
wall of stone.
Okay, so he's got a fire sword and a mace.
defeated the enemy. Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
That's the least useful thing. So we've got red and blue. Neither of those are useful, so let's level up this mold.
Discard your card.
Actually, these mushrooms are the least useful thing now. Okay.
Aim for the castle.
I would not win that fight.
Discard your card.
Fire sword, mace, hammer. The hammer is really bad news for me because it does critical damage to green creatures, which he's about to absolutely mess up poor Pan there.
Giant snake, Pan.
I think I can play him.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard your card.
I'm gonna go ahead and shatter that hammer. That seems like a really wise choice. Let's do that. Okay. Well, we can win this fight with either of these boys. This one's cheaper to play.
Dragonfly, giant spider.
The offense defeated the enemy. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
I'm gonna go ahead and break his other weapon.
You've got a reward.
3.
Good luck to your next journey.
Yellow. Yeah, sure. Swap. Roadrunner in. Okay, so he just drew a sword that does critical damage to humans. I think means he wins this fight, yeah. That's just incredibly bad luck. Like, I couldn't have predicted that. It happens. Good news is he doesn't have that weapon anymore. He used it up.
Offense.
And he used it up on a thing that wasn't really worth a lot to me.
Holy Word 1.
Hold on. Roadrunner, 60. Yeah, you should. Well. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort.
Griffin, giant bat.
So the reason I didn't make him step on my Roadrunner is because he has the squares on either side of it, which would have given him plus 20 attack power, and I had no armor, so there was a reasonable chance he could have won the fight, and he would have. I can go any direction, land on a tower, doesn't matter, let's go this way.
Aim for the next fort.
Green. I'm gonna be a bully.
Chimera, giant snake.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Nice.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
If I went this way, 64. Nope.
Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
What's the least useful thing now? Okay, good.
Aim for the castle. Discard your card. Discard your card.
Oh, okay. No, he would win.
You don't have enough
That is
magic
okay.
power. Discard your card.
If he didn't have those weapons, I could have won that fight.
Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Yeah.
Minotaur, griffin.
One thing you might not have noticed happen is that he chose to detour back into the blue, even though he doesn't need to go down that way. It's because he didn't want to step on my wall of stone that's leveled up.
Card.
And that wastes his time, and it makes it take longer for him to get money, and that's going to be fantastic. Because the longer you kind of dawdle wandering around on the map, the less money you're pulling in, and so you fall behind.
Woodfolk, giant bat.
So the Woodfolk has support, which allows me to play creatures as if they were items, like I explained before, and stack their stats together. So that's why I was able to win that fight.
Card.
He's got a bow, icicle, a whip.
Aim for the next fort.
They all do critical damage to various types of things. Made another detour. Don't care about that.
Discard your card.
Good.
Discard your card.
None.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
I mean, I could take that from him. No, I can't. You know why I can't? Because you can't play a troll on red territory.
Discard your card.
Whip, spear, mace.
Barricade.
Aim for the next fort.
Troll. Hellhound.
So the spear will give him plus 10 health, so I do need to play a weapon on him, otherwise he'll just win the fight. Like what happened the last time I fought one of these dogs.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Hornet. Green
Okay.
mold.
I don't know that I need to do this. Okay. I think it was the right choice.
The battle was drawn. You don't have enough magic power. Aim for the castle.
If we just roll high,
Aim for the
and
castle.
we can end this thing. There we go. That's what we needed.
Wolf. Wall of stone.
So you can see the Wall of Stone when it's on the max level of territory is getting plus 50 health, which is pretty difficult to deal with.
You don't have enough magic power. You've got a reward. You are the winner of this war. The true winner
I guess.
is determined.
Okay, we got another chainmail, another sword.
Crest of the Unifier.
But why does he look like an 8? Wow. So as you can see, Culdcept is not particularly deep on lore. We kind of just get into fights for trivial reasons. Maybe. Yes. Yes. These can go. A few more cards. These can go. Oh. Here's Waden. I genuinely do not know what Waden's story is, so... Claim the desert as my kingdom. Pay a tax to pass through here. Huh. Waden is the one that, more often than not, someone asks me, what is this guy's deal? Why is he, like, what's going on with him? And I'm like, I don't know, he's a king? Maybe? Here is where it starts to get, difficult to keep track of things, because now we're keeping track of the hands of 2 AI characters. So if you hear me just listing off the names of items like that, that's what's going on. It's just like I need to verbally express it so that it sticks in my brain. And even then I'll forget pretty easily. Wow, bro.
Succubus.
So he's gonna use a sword. I can't do anything about it. Terrible luck.
The offense defeated the enemy. You stopped at a card shop. Discard your card.
Chain, leather mace sling.
Aim for the castle.
Fly.
Aim for the castle. Aim for the castle.
Chain spear, leather mace sling.
Discard your card.
Yeah, so the thing that's going on with this map, because of the way the paths split, you're going to see this a lot in later maps in the game. The squares that are immediately around the tower and castle are more valuable to control because characters will have to pass over them. So you'll often see the AI invest in squares that are not those ones and do poorly because of it. So like this Minotaur is the most valuable thing I have on the map right now, so I'm gonna level it up. Since we're all facing the same direction,
Got a reward.
if they ever come to that point where they're standing on that shop square and they would step on my Minotaur, instead they'll detour back and do like an extra loop around, which, again, if you can make them do a detour and waste their time, fantastic. That's what you want. Bro, come on.
Thunderstorm.
chainmail, leather sword, mace, sling.
Holy Word 6.
Aim for the castle. Aim for the castle. Aim for the castle.
This map tends to be particularly rough for me because I choose to start with. He's got chainmail. Still, I can go this way. Because I start with a red-green deck. I don't have any blue-yellow creatures. I'm at the mercy of randomness on whether or not I've acquired any blue-yellow creatures by the time I get to this map. And this little corridor down at the southern end of the map is all blue-yellow, so they tend to have a strong advantage here.
Defeated the enemy.
Waden has only yellow creatures in his book,
Discard your
and I'm
card.
pretty sure Zenith always has an even mixture of cards.
Discard your card.
Throw away your items, Zenith. Oh, he's going for it.
Giant rat. Minotaur.
The defense was too strong. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
That's pretty good. Having those two green squares together, I can plan on building those up. If you can, chain a couple squares together so that it's more likely that someone won't be able to pass through them with a single die roll.
Goblin.
That's what you want to do.
The offense defeated the enemy.
What's that?
Mana.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Chain, leather sling.
Mine. Kobold.
I always thought they just had big shoulder pads. But I do want to respect the lore. If the lore states that he just works out a lot.
Aim for the castle.
It's like a turkey leg. Hey, alright.
Aim for the castle.
Red and... We're gonna move that guy. Because that's a better square to be on. Because people have to pass over that one.
Growth body.
Boom!
You don't have enough magic power.
He does exclusively shoulder exercises.
Discard your card.
Buckler, leather sling. I'm gonna shatter his buckler. Sure.
Aim for the castle.
Yeah, he knew not to mess with that pudding. Okay, so he's gonna do critical damage against this guy, plus he's getting a buddy bonus. There's no chance.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Roadrunner.
Bandit. Kobold.
The Bandit is a particularly annoying card because it has support and they will steal money equal to twice the amount of damage they do.
The offense defeated the enemy.
So you'll see the AI use those cards a lot.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
And sometimes they'll just move into you to do damage just to take money from you, even if they can't win a fight. Rip Roadrunner
Harpy.
again.
Roadrunner.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Sling leather. Okay, we'll just win that fight.
Ham.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Okay. No matter what I do. HP. Yeah, no matter what I do, I would not win this fight because of the equipment he has.
Drought.
Bro. Yeah, I've been told that the mouth animation is unsettling. level him up, and in the future we will have to swap that dwarf out because drought means that I can't level up that territory. Because I got bullied.
Mana.
I guess he can win with a sling. The art is similar for Culdcept Revolt. I'm throwing this monk out. I'm gonna use that for some money. Sure. It's got the same sort of like pixel art on the map. Like, the main aesthetic change there is that there's more, like...
Minotaur, my Coron.
I was trying to remember if that's true or not for Culdcept Revolt. I think that Culdcept Revolt has, like, 3D backgrounds in the battle scenes.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Rip Mushroom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Okay, well, I rolled a 6 anyway. Do this.
Plane leap.
So I would guess that it will probably take about... That was nice. 8 hours.
Holy Word 6.
It's really difficult to predict. I can tell you that the record is like 4.5 hours. I'd say on average it's probably about 8 hours.
You stopped at a card shop.
Particularly the last map in this game is pretty bad in terms of if you had no good luck up to that point with the cards you've been given, it can be really difficult to overcome the randomness because of the way the last map is structured. So we haven't even talked about that. There are 2 cards in this game. Well, they're in every Culdcept game. One is the Old Willow, and one is the Kelpie. And if you get either one of those cards, it will absolutely reduce your run time by hours. Because the AI does not do a particularly good job of dealing with them. They have an ability that causes enemies to stop on the square if it matches the color of the card. So if you play an Old Willow on red, if you play a Kelpie on blue, they will force enemies to stop on that square. So the obvious strategy is to level them up all the way and place them on that square, and then enemies will have to stop there and they'll just lose. My run of this that's 4.5 hours, I basically just sat here resetting constantly until I drew that card at the start of the game, one or the other. I did the math at one point. There's a like 1% chance that you'll draw either one of them in the first map. Then it goes up to like 3.5% on the third map for getting the Old Willow. So like the odds are not great for drawing them, but if you do draw them, then like that's the optimal thing to do for a speedrun.
The battle was drawn.
You are honor bound if you draw one of those cards to carry out the rest of the run. If you get one. Yeah, you're seeing a monster card battling board game. Board card game.
You got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
I think when you pull up the categories on Twitch, the closest thing it gives you is strategy.
Discard.
They don't even know what to call it. They're like, I don't know.
Stopped at
Yeah, I think the last time that I could get either one of those cards is like map 7.
Good luck to your next journey.
Okay, let's see. We want to either... Yeah, we gotta swap this door file. Since he droughted me.
Discard.
Like, if you were really serious about doing a speedrun of the game, like, the optimal thing to do would just be to reset after the 3rd map over and over again until you draw one or the other.
The offense defeated the enemy.
I just put that card there.
Your card.
Okay, so you see the thing he did just now where he turned right instead of progressing through because he didn't want to step on my Minotaur? That's what you want to have happen. Sad horse noise.
Offense defeated the enemy.
Sure.
Holy Word 1.
Of course.
Dwarf. Eidolon.
The offense defeated the enemy. You don't have enough magic power.
I really like the aesthetic of the Culdcept games. I think they've generally aged pretty well. Pixel art is very endearing. This one looks a bit crusty because it's on the DS, but if you played the original version of this game, it was originally released on Sega Saturn, and it looks a little bit cleaner. I do not recommend you play the Sega Saturn version, but you can.
The defense was too strong.
Undying. Hurricane.
The battle was drawn. You stopped at a card shop.
We'll take this card because it's just free money. And that's all we're gonna do. We're very close to ending this map.
Balance.
As long as something doesn't go dreadfully wrong, which it could. Could roll a 1 or a 4.
Discard your card.
Haste.
Minotaur.
Okay. He'll use the sling. He'll do, yeah, this is fine. But he gets critical damage.
The defense is too strong.
Mana.
Fantastic.
Aim for the castle. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Fly.
Discard a card.
In the words of Jefferson Starship, nothing's gonna stop us now.
You've got a reward. You are the winner of this war.
But only inside the heart is one able to continue being king. There you go. That's the lesson we all learned today.
The true winner is determined.
Okay. Lots of equipment. The knight. Maybe. I think it's time to dump Roadrunner, who has failed us one too many times. Could stand to lose these dragonflies. The leather armor can go. And one more. 6. Okay, so this map is pretty big waste of time. Basically, this is just a race to put creatures down as fast as possible. This girl's lore is that she knits, I guess. She froze all the people because they were interrupting her knitting, she says. So, yeah. Green.
Aim for the next fort.
Much like Sebastian, she is not particularly aggressive. Anyone who disturbs my knitting is not welcome.
Holy word.
She's not aggressive. She really won't attack you unless she knows that she can win.
Aim for the next fort.
The most valuable squares to take in this one are these ones that are the ones that I'm standing on right now. That I don't know how to describe it. The top part of the square, because that's the one you have to step on twice.
Aim for the next fort.
Junction? Yeah, that's fair.
Make an offering to your god.
Junction. We're gonna fly.
Fly.
We are low on cash. She has items in her book like this water shield she just drew, which makes her invulnerable to attacks. Because if you play, she only has water creatures, and if you play a water shield on a water creature, it's just immune to damage. So, generally speaking, I'm not going to waste my time attacking her, which is why it's just a race to put down creatures. Occasionally I will bother to build a separate book just for this map that's just creatures, but
You stopped at a card shop.
I have pretty mixed results in terms of whether or not it's worth the time
Card.
to put that together. This is not going to be helpful to me, really.
Fly.
Make an offering to your god. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Fire.
Discard
This map adds temples, which allow you to buy stocks. For the most part, don't worry about stocks. That is a thing in this game.
Aim for the next fort.
I'm trying to think of a way to explain it. Basically, there are values associated with...
Offering to your
So,
god.
so she's buying some stocks in red north right now. There are values associated with every element in every region of every map, and you can buy stocks in that region, in that element, and the value will shift depending on
Aim for the next
what gets
fort.
placed and if things get leveled up. So like the value of blue, I think, just went up over in that region because I played something on it. And as you level up, the value will go up. So if you bought stocks low, then raise the value of the territories, your stock values go up, and then you could sell those stocks later or just hold on to them forever and it counts towards your goal. It's complicated. It's really not something that I would recommend even worrying about most of the time. There are certain creatures whose stats are affected by stocks. So you could build a strategy around that. I've never seen someone do that, but it would be interesting if someone decided to make that the core part of their strategy is buying up stocks and then having creatures that get stronger because of the stocks they bought. I mostly just like that it gives the game an extra element of something you could choose to do if you really wanted to.
Discard your card.
lower left. We're gonna dump this, because I don't think it's likely she's gonna attack me.
Aim for the castle. Make an offering to your god.
If I had an Old Willow or a Kelpie, I'd be much more inclined to deal with stocks because I would know that part of my strategy would be, if I had an Old Willow, I would be planning on buying up... I would be planning on putting something on a red territory and leveling it up because that's how Old Willow functions. So knowing that, I might buy red stocks ahead of time because I'm going to level them up.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
So there is an application for them in just like normal play, but
You've got a reward.
for the most part,
Good luck to
don't
your
worry
next
about it.
journey.
Okay, what did I say? I'm gonna level up this one because it's on the junction.
Aim
Oh, I should have leveled up that one!
Discard your card.
There is a Mothman card. I don't have him, but if I get him, I might put him in the book.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Mothman.
Discard your card. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
So yeah, this map is extremely straightforward. She can win, but it's, you know, I'm ahead of her and it's probably going to stay that well. No, I'm stepping on her thing, so who knows. If I just keep stepping on, like, the one or two things that she's leveled up, it'll go poorly for me, but otherwise it should be fine.
C.
Ma'am.
Discard your card.
What's that?
Mana.
Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
Shatter. Mana.
Don't step on the catfish.
Castle. You stopped at a card shop.
I don't think I ever explained card shops. They are mostly not helpful. They are a place where you can buy cards. You pay the cost of the card to add it to your hand, and then you'll have to pay the cost of the card again when you play it later on. And often they don't even sell cards that you would want. So, generally speaking, like, they're not great.
You've got a
Oh,
reward.
no, this is good.
Good luck to your next journey.
least I hope it's good. I think that we're gonna be okay. She's got the guy that can reflect damage. Okay, we're fine.
You don't have enough magic power.
I was a little afraid I was gonna look like a fool.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort.
So you can also do this. This is expensive and stupid that I'm doing it just because I don't want her to win. I want to spite her for spiting me. So you can spend money to convert territory, which I have not done at any point up till now in the game. It's expensive and inefficient, and generally speaking, you don't want to be doing it.
Stopped at a car shop.
But it helps my red chain up there.
Discard your card. Discard your card.
No.
Shatter. Fog.
Aim for the next fort. You stopped at a car shop. Discard your card. Aim for the castle.
That's all. Let's not spend all my money.
Discard your card. Discard your card. Make an offer to your god. Discard your card. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Remember, this is all over like a knitting dispute.
Poison mist.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Let's try that out.
Holy wood wine.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort.
Should have gone the other direction.
You don't have enough magic power.
It's not going to matter because she's going to release all her territory, but I should have gone the other direction because if you're making a decision about which direction you should go, you should always try to prioritize making it less likely that you will step on their leveled up territories. So she had things that were leveled up on the right side and not on the left. I should have gone past the right side while I could have. So I can still step on this turtle. And see, I still did.
Discard your card. You stopped at a card shop. Discard your card. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. You are the winner of this war. The true
Oh,
winner is determined.
It's alright, skipped that lore. I assume that she, you know, had something to do with knitting. Yeah, there you go. She returned the townsfolk to normal and promised to stop knitting. Only knit for good. Sorry, I'm so used to just mashing the start button to get through the text. Fill in the blanks for what the lore was there. That's a good card. That's an okay card. That's a good card. We can drop 2 things. Hold on, I'm gonna look at all my cards real quick. Probably drop these fighters. And we got another one of those. That's better than the mushrooms, I'm sure. I'll have one of these and one of these. That's pretty much it. Yeah, okay. Hold on. I want to get the lore. No way. So there you go. Now we've got a guy who's being controlled by a plant. And the stakes are if we lose the battle, we will also be controlled by the plants. I would say this tends to be probably the most common reset point in the run because this map is just a giant circle, and since you can't avoid anything, it's really easy to get just destroyed by... They leveled up the thing that's directly in front of you and you just have to step on it.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort.
Chucks, boomerang sword.
Shatter.
Hey.
Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the next fort.
There's also a really wide swing in luck here because you're only rolling a single die, and that die roll can be between 1 and 9. So if you are constantly rolling like 1 and 2, and your opponents are rolling 8 and 9, you're gonna lose. It's just really simple in terms of if you can't get around the board quickly, it's going to be enough to make you not win.
Make an offering to your god. Aim for the next fort.
And sometimes that happens.
Discard your
That happens
card.
often.
Gas cloud.
Well played, sir.
Defense defeated the enemy. Aim for the castle.
Rang leather chucks. Rang sling.
Make an offering to your god. You've got a reward.
I haven't even talked about
Next
how
journey.
the lap bonus works, which is you obviously get some amount of money when you do a full lap around the board, which is your primary means of income in the game.
Aim for the castle.
You're going to get an amount that goes up per lap, so just
Aim for
through the nature of doing more laps around the board, the more money you'll get. So that's why it's, I put a high value on the card Fly because it lets you roll 2 dice and move quicker around the board. You also get a value that's affected by the number of territories you control. So that's one reason why it always makes sense to put things down whenever you have the opportunity to do so,
Aim for the castle.
because it affects your income.
Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort.
Don't have any
You've got a
creatures anyway.
reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort.
Well,
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Gremlin Sling Spear.
Shatter.
He's gonna shatter my shatter.
Minotaur.
Not the silver plow.
Make an offering to your god.
Free stocks. It's actually one of the better things that you could get from that. Especially if it happened early on like this, because, you know, all of the territories are going to get leveled up, and those stocks are just going to increase in value. Not the bees!
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard your card.
I'll just dump that.
Shatter.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort.
Chucks, stone, and fling.
Lion. Troll.
The offense defeated the enemy. Make an offering to your god.
Wizard. Green mold.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Okay.
Troll. Troll.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god.
I have no money. I don't think I could have won that fight anyway. Because a tree cannot use weapons.
Aim for the castle. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort.
Fighter.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the next fort.
Next. Okay, so this ghost here has random stats, so we'll see what happens. It's going to be an epic battle. So the main benefit of having something like that happen is that they wasted cards on each other. That's really one of the other major swings of luck that happens whenever you're fighting multiple AI characters on a map, is that they can either be spending their resources attacking each other or attacking you. If they are both attacking you, then the difficulty ramps up dramatically.
Discard your card. Make an offering to your god.
And it becomes much more of an issue in Culdcept 2, in the second game of the night, because you'll have more AI characters that have just like spells they cast on each other or on you, and it's like a really large swing
Got a reward.
in luck.
Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort.
Okay, who do we want to level up? A troll seems like a good candidate. Yeah, okay.
Aim for the
So
next
close.
fort. Aim for the next fort.
Okay. Well, he's not getting any kind of bonus, so he's just not going to win.
The defense was too strong.
Lily.
Mostly attacking this so he doesn't level it up. This is sort of a same tactic that I used on the third map with the gorilla, and sort of pushing things out of the way before he gets a chance to fortify them.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Rang, chucks. No items. Sure. No. Sword.
Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
Chuck's sword.
Holy Word 6.
Aim for the castle. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
Mana.
Aim for the next fort.
Okay.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Probably the fire can go. So we'll go ahead and play this so we definitely don't step on that creature there. Chuck's chain, gremlin, sword, spear.
Aim for the castle.
Wow.
Aim for the castle.
Genuinely surprised at them attacking.
You got a reward.
Oh no! It's bad.
Good luck to your next journey.
Yeah, we can't win. Nope, don't do that. So we're gonna lose 500 bucks. Level this up. Let's do this instead.
Discard a card.
Mana.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
War. Succubus.
The battle was drawn. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
90. So it doesn't count as a llama. So I could I could do 70. Yeah, okay.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Fighter. Storm
We do
Giant.
70 damage. I think no matter what I do, it's fine. Yeah.
Defense was too strong. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Fly.
Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. Make an
Leather
offering
chucks,
to your god.
gremlin, spear.
Aim for the next fort.
Okay, so I think he's gonna use his Gremlin Amulet here, and if he destroys this, I'm okay with it. Yeah, that's fine.
The offense defeated the enemy.
That one tends to be difficult to predict whether or not they're going to use it, but what it means is I can make him step on this fire now. And I think it's going to be okay.
Fly.
Aim for the next fort.
Would have preferred if he hadn't blocked past my valuable stuff, but that's okay. We were going to have to do another lap. So the most he can do is 50 damage,
Pillar of flame.
which is not going to be enough. $60. He could have done 60.
You don't have enough magic power.
Nothing in front of me that I'm worried
For
about.
the castle.
Will fly on my next turn, though. Nope. doesn't matter.
Gas cloud. Woodfolk.
I do actually care about this. Sure.
The battle was drawn. You don't have enough magic power.
Fly.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort.
Let's see. What do we want to level up? This will be a good one. Yeah, Culdcept is a weird... I don't know how well they sold, like, not in Japan. I don't even know that they were released. Like, I know that 3 of them were released in the US. They might not have been released anywhere else. Maybe Culdcept Revolt had, like, a European release. So, I don't even know how big of a deal they were in Japan. It's definitely not a franchise that you ever hear anyone talking about, you ever see anyone stream. My history with this game is that I found the PS2 game in a GameStop for like $5 when I was in high school, and had no idea what it was, but was like, this looks kind of neat, and I thought it was fantastic. The PS2 one still is my favorite game in the series, and that's what we're going to move into when we finish this one here.
Bandit. Mummy.
Yeah, Fortune Street is sort of like a parallel series that also exists in Japan and has only ever been released outside of Japan once, and I did not get the one on the Wii, so I would like to play it sometime, but I think that one of the big things that draws me to this is just like the sheer absurdity of what's going on with all these cards and how they interact with each other, which is obviously absent in Fortune Street.
Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
It's not useful to me anymore.
Aim for the next fort.
There's one up here. Yeah.
Aim for the next fort.
Okay, let's... Well, that sucks for him. That just means he's gonna get less money. I'm gonna make him land on my square as long as... Yeah, I've got armor. Okay. I've got money to play that armor. We're all good. Okay. Oh. Why did I think I had a 1? Okay, well, never mind.
Make an offering to your god.
How much would this cost? 80.
Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to
Step
your
on my stuff!
Wizard. Chimera.
Okay. Well, he just wins. That's okay. I'm not even mad. It's fine.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
Thank you.
You don't have enough magic power.
Because this is the prime destination on Twitch right now for real estate simulation. That guy shot my pudding. Wow. Okay. Well, I was about to be done with this, but now I've got to make another one because of that. Like, guaranteed I'm not going to have the money I need. Close! Okay. What can we do? It is a human. I could do 80, but okay. It happens.
Fly.
I think that's
Pillar
fine.
of Flame.
Yeah, we're fine. So, all the money I just lost, I just got back immediately. Also, remember we achieved our side goal of embarrassing Zen.
Discard your card.
This card can go. We're gonna cast this, get some money.
Aim for the next fort.
It's not enough. I still need to do another lap.
Discard your card.
So the good news is, because of the thing that I just triggered, if I roll a 2, I'm not going to lose money. Hey! Just like that.
Discard your card. Aim for the castle.
Lion. Bandit.
Another reason why this map is a frequent reset point is that very often one AI can be so bad that he just gives all his money to the other AI character and makes them win over you, and what you did didn't even matter. Like, you didn't even have the opportunity to interact in a way that,
Have enough magic
you know,
power.
could help you catch up. Which is kind of happening right now. Zenith is not doing particularly well. Sure.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Negative $2.
You don't have enough magic power. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card. Aim for the castle. Aim for the
Unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff in front of me that I can step on my next turn. Everybody just took damage.
discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
Minotaur. Man-trap.
So the only pro to what's happening right now is maybe I will also step on the square that Zenith just stepped on. Well, it doesn't matter. He's not going to do...
The defense was too strong.
He didn't do enough damage for it to even make an impact.
Discard your card.
Okay, so that's a good card to have. We can toss this. Now we're just hoping for the best.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
I'm gonna just give him this money because I don't want to use up my good creature on something that doesn't matter.
Discard your card.
Chucks and sling.
Light stream.
Nice. So he's doing 50 plus. He's just doing 30. So he's not gonna win. Tried to psych us out.
The defense was too strong. You don't have enough magic power.
So we don't want to roll a 1, a 2, a 4.
Discard your card.
Nothing water in front of me. It's anyone's guess. I'm gonna get rid of the sling. But if I land on Zenith's stuff, I wanted to shatter his stuff instead.
Aim for the next fort.
We got past all of it. Zenith still has valuable stuff over on the other side of the screen. So we're not out of it yet.
Aim for the next fort.
We need him to not land on O'Reilly's stuff and give him money. Great.
Aim for the next fort.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
Holy Word 6.
Make an offering to your god.
Now give me the bandito. He's just gonna lose. He's gonna take $40 from me. He's gonna lose that card. He's gonna have to pay me for the thing.
The defense was too strong. Discard your card. Make an offering to your god.
Nice.
Aim for the next fort.
So I think there are only two dangerous things in front of me at this point.
You don't have enough magic power.
Unfortunately, he did give a bunch of money to O'Reilly just now, and if O'Reilly touches the finish line before I do, it's possible that he'll win. I
Aim
rolled
for
a
the
2.
next fort.
So yeah, this is the best thing to do.
Discard your card.
He rolled a 9, right past all my stuff.
Discard your card.
Hmm.
Aim for the next fort.
Get out of here, come on.
Gas Cloud. Minotaur.
The battle was drawn. Discard your card.
1. Okay, cool.
You got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Just barely. The goal is 8,000, and he was $46 shy. See, now he could win if he touched the castle, but he's past it and, like, can't move back.
Discard your card.
So I should win. But it was close.
Discard your card.
I could still step on this thing. Okay, we're past that. I think that's everything. Oh, there's one more right before the castle. So there's a chance that I'll still lose money, but I think I won't lose enough for it to matter. But it could easily go the other way, right? And that's why the estimate is what it is. Like, that kind of thing could happen, and if it did, I would have had to replay the entire map.
You got a reward. You are the winner.
Okay. Well, we liberated this plant boy.
The true winner is determined.
Yeah. Okay, this is a great card.
Crest of the Night. Crest of Fortune.
Probably one of the ones they... Farewell! Yeah, don't worry about it. So Revival is a spell you can play to reset your book so that every card you've played up to that point, like it refreshes it back to as if it were a new deck of cards, which is pretty fantastic in terms of if you... Thunderbeak! These cards are actually not bad. If you want to use like equipment cards and then get them back again, it's also great if you have something like Old Willow or Kelpie and you only have one copy of it and you get it in your hand, then you can use that card to make it so you can draw it again. So... 3 cards to dump. Got a lot of yellow. Pick up a monk. And... now we encounter the most, I would say, disturbing character art, which is this guy who's got his eyes sewn shut. And I thought he might show us, but he's got eyeballs in his hands. Yeah, on the whole, the card art is good. It's a little inconsistent because they hired multiple artists. And so, there you go. There's the eyeball hands.
Wizard's Eye.
So, you'll get some art that's realistic and some art that's just like anime. It's generally well balanced, though. Yeah, we're gonna fly to reduce our chances of stepping on that teleport.
Aim for the next fort.
If we land on the teleport, it will absolutely waste our time.
Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god.
Yep, exactly.
Aim for the next fort.
Wall of
Can he win this fight? Yes. Yes, he can. Well, that's okay. A Wall of Stone only costs $30 in this game, so like I'm out $30, but he had to spend 100 to take that square.
Make an offering to your god. Make an
just barely. So the teleports would take you to an island that's... There are 2 islands on the southern end of the map, and they are just like little circles that are difficult to get off of. And if you get pulled down there, it's just gonna, you know, waste your time.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Fly.
Aim for the castle.
Oh!
Unknown
Well.
realm.
Magic bolt.
You've got a reward. Good
That
luck
might
to your
actually
next
matter.
journey.
You might be able to win a fight now with a good bonus. It's expensive, but whatever.
Discard your card.
I now have $0.
Holy word 6.
Aim for the next fort.
Mana.
Jump into the unknown realm. Discard your card. Jump into the unknown realm. Discard your card.
Chef.
Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
Chimera. Lilith.
The offense defeated the enemy. Jump into the unknown realm.
It's a shame.
Discard
Possibly could have
your
been stuck
card.
there for the whole map. That would have been fantastic. What was up this?
Make an offering to your god. Make an offering to your god.
Two gremlin amulets and a sling.
Discard your card. Discard your card. Discard your card.
How do you like this?
Lion's mane. Little.
I think he's just gonna Gremlin Amulet me. Like, I genuinely think he's just going to destroy me. We got tag teamed.
The defense was too strong. Aim for the castle.
So that's pretty bad in terms of just... And now he's gonna move and take the square. Amazing. So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm going to reset this map because I am at a massive disadvantage because the thing I invested all my money in got taken away from me, and it's just going to be me clawing to recover, and it's not good. So we're just going to take a mulligan and reset this map. Sometimes the AI will just pull off S-tier moves like that, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort.
Both of those creatures require me to have something played on yellow before I can play them, so right now they are worthless to me. Generally speaking, if you draw a handful of that type of card at the start, you should just reset. I decided to go with it because I had just reset, but we'll see if I have to reset again.
Discard your card. Make an offering to your god. Offering to your god. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
No creatures in my hand, so I'm just walking in a big circle.
Mountain leap.
That was a choice.
Mana. Will of the wisp.
Luckily, I would say they are not doing much better in terms of cards that they've drawn. So it's fairly balanced right now.
The battle was won. Discard your card.
There.
Balance.
Make an offering to your god. Aim for the castle.
So we have to remember to be careful.
Fire explosion.
Before I even finished my sentence, he did the thing that I was explaining he might be able to do. Now, that is kind of my fault. I didn't know that he had that card. I didn't expect him to use it that quickly. But, okay.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the castle.
Shocking.
Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Magic bolt. Woodford.
The battle was drawn.
This is another terrible start to this one.
Aim for the next fort.
Upheaval. Gas cloud. Minotaur.
The offense defeated the enemy. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort.
Shatter.
Make an offering to your god. Make an offering.
Sword sling. 40. 30.
Make an offering to your god. magic power.
The worst thing I have. Let's see.
Aim for the castle. Aim for the castle. Aim for the castle.
Magic bolt.
Discard a card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Gas cloud. Will o' the wisp.
Okay. So that item makes it so that he will not take any damage, so I don't want to get in fights with him while he had it. So it's nice that he's using it up.
The battle was drawn. Discard your card.
Dwarf. Hellhound.
We're definitely at a disadvantage right now and trying to claw our way back into the damage.
Holy Word 6.
Aim for the next fort.
Shatter.
Jump into the unknown realm. Jump into the unknown realm.
Hellhound. Bandit. Jump into the unknown realm. Make an offering to your god.
Jump into the unknown realm.
Mana.
Make an offering to your god. Aim for the next fort.
That's like that.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Make an offering to your god.
Gas cloud. Pillar of flame.
We definitely cannot win this fight.
The battle was drawn. Aim for the castle.
Of course. That's amazing. I could do 80. Yeah, I can do 80.
You don't have enough magic power.
Pretty sure I'm doing another reset. Yeah, okay. We're resetting again. Nothing I can do about it.
Discard your card. Discard your card. Discard your card. Jump into the unknown realm.
I'm gonna reset again. Better cards. Here we go.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort.
Fly.
Aim for the next fort.
know why he uses Amulet, because he could win without playing any items, but whatever, now he doesn't have that item.
Aim for the castle.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Discard your card.
Wizard's Eye.
Discard your card. Jump into the unknown realm.
Balance.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Jump into the unknown realm.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Fly. Fire explosion.
Make an offer to your god.
Yeah.
Jump into the unknown realm. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Aim for the castle.
Dwarf. Minotaur.
I had to consider whether or not I want to protect this thing. It does increase my chain value of red territories, which might be relevant, so... And I was about to have to throw away a card anyway. I decided it was worth it, but if I end up being short on armor in the future, it wasn't worth it.
Minotaur. Pillar of Flame.
The offense defeated.
Discard your card.
Shatter.
Jump into the unknown realm.
Wow.
Minotaur.
Really
Discard your card.
Gas cloud. Fighter.
So Zenith is down to a boomerang. And probably stuck on it again.
You stopped at a card shop. You got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Jump into the unknown realm. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
Mana.
You stopped at a card shop.
That card shop over there at least sells a movement 3 card, so you could use it on yourself to guarantee that you will teleport out on the following turn.
The offense defeated.
Use this on myself.
Reward 1.
Jump into the unknown realm. Discard your card.
Fly.
Gremlin Sword.
Aim for the castle. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Fly. Sorcery.
I think he's gonna use a scroll here to destroy me, which is, you know, his prerogative. You know, that's an expensive way to deal with that, but you can do that.
The offense defeated.
Hornet. Wall of stone.
The offense defeated.
I appreciate that the game is at least dynamic. You know, like, that's the reason why I continue to play it. Okay, so he can boomerang to go first, so that would be a mistake. If it were just the same game every time, then I would not be inclined to keep playing it. That's got 80. I could do 80.
Night. Wisp.
But things can obviously go very wrong. That's why the estimate is 25 hours for the two games. Sword sling grapple. We're catching up now.
Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god.
Up the stalks!
Discard your card. Make an offering to your god. You don't have enough magic power. Aim for the castle. Discard your card.
Really don't want him to use that card on me.
Mountain leap.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Fighter. Little.
Probably not going to win this fight.
The offense, you defeated the enemy. Aim for the next fort.
Swap that guy out.
Aim for the next fort.
Chainmail sword.
Discard your card. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card. Jump into the unknown realm. Discard your card. Discard your card. Discard your card. Make an offering to your god.
Okay, so that's gonna do. Be fine. I had to think about, so like its stats are based on how many cards are in your hand, so he could play an item and then its stats would change, so I had to consider like whether or not he would play a card.
Discard your card. for the castle.
Revival.
Jump into the unknown realm. Discard your card. Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card. You stopped at a card shop. Discard your card.
Roll a 3.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card. Discard your card.
Dwarf. Storm Giant.
The battle was lost. Discard your card. Discard your card. You stopped at a card shop. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
Axe sling gremlin.
Discard your card.
It's the worst thing I got. Okay, so that nullifies the sling being able to be useful. Yeah, if he plays anything on this, he just loses.
Thunder. Hornet.
Thunderbeak has really low health, so ideally you want to use him to invade and then swap him out. Good job, Horowitz. Way to get out of there, buddy.
Make an offering to your god. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
I guess I could have invaded him. Yeah.
Discard your card.
Magic Bolt.
Here goes the pudding again. card.
Dwarf, Pillar of Flame.
Horowitz has Chainmail, has Sling, Gremlin.
Discard your card. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card. You don't have enough magic power. Discard your card. Discard your card. Make an offering to your god.
Sorry, Horowitz. Had to be done.
You've exhausted your magic power.
So that's what happens if you bankrupt yourself.
Got a reward. Good luck
You have to
your
sell off
next
all your
turn.
properties, and if you still can't pay your debts, then it just sends you back to the start and gives you a little bit of money. So you're not eliminated from the game, but
Discard your
probably if
card.
you're at that point, then you're not likely to recover anyway.
Aim for the castle.
Oh, I should have done that. Okay, well, that's fine.
Discard your card.
Telekinesis.
I like this.
Discard your card.
Don't roll a 1!
Holy Word 6.
Aim for the next fort.
Renotar.
The defense is too strong.
Mana.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
He would just use his Gremlin Amulet and win that fight. And I can't follow that. Okay.
Upheaval.
Make an offering to your god.
Yep.
Aim for the next fort.
So I'm leveling that one up because he's moving toward it. Just gives him one more thing that he might step on.
Aim for the castle.
Magic bolt.
There goes Thunderbeak.
Jump into the unknown realm. Discard your card.
So if he plays with his sling, he'll win the fight. Regardless of what I play, unless I play my sword.
Knight. Hornet.
If he plays the Gremlin Amulet, I think he wouldn't because he would just lose. So we both played an item that gave us first attack, so my first attack took precedence because I was the on offense.
Discard your card.
That's a fire shield. Well, don't worry about it, he's throwing it away.
Aim for the next fort.
So that's fine.
Paladin. Dwarf.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard your card.
Mountain leap. Hellhound. Bandit.
The offense defeated the enemy.
You got me.
Balance.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
So the timer. Sorry, I'm answering questions in order because I didn't realize people were even saying anything. The timer's for 2 Culdcept games back to back, which
Make an
I promise you has never been done before. I promise you, no one has ever bothered to play 2 Culdcept games back to back in an event. So that's why that's such a crazy high number. The thing that ends the match is value. You need to have X number of dollars. You can land on either one of these. Only you can set number of rounds to be an end game condition in multiplayer, and there's only one story map in Culdcept Revolt that ends via time. And it's consequently a really hard map to deal with because you have 20 rounds to have more money than the other person.
Discard your card.
Alright, well, I might step on his thing and lose. We'll see. Nope. This one, yeah. Culdcept 1, which was released on the Sega Saturn, then re-released on the PlayStation, then ported to the DS, was never released in the US. This is a fan translation of the DS version. That might be enough for us to win, and finally get out of this map. I just don't want to get teleported. I don't want Zenith to come out of the island.
You stopped at a card shop.
If we can achieve those two goals, we should be able to get through.
Aim for the castle.
So just level this girl up. Should be enough.
Discard your card.
Shatter.
Yeah, like I care, son.
Jump
Okay,
into the
well,
unknown realm.
now I care. Oh, don't you do it to me. Oh, don't you do it. If he rolls high, then I'll lose. If I roll, like, a couple... you know, I could roll, like, 1s, and he could roll, like, 6s and higher. Whew. Okay. Can't win either. Well, once again, we're having a map come down to just whoever rolls better at the end.
Discard your card. You've got a reward. You are the winner of this war.
Splendid. Checks out. Ah.
The true winner is determined.
Hope everybody is up to date on the lore. Okay. Of these things,
Crest of cruelty.
not great. Ooh, 3 more maps. And they are all worse than that one. This is a good sword. Uh-huh. Sure. Well... I don't think I'm really doing anything with any of these cards. Just remove this normal sword. That's it. That's the only change. Just 1 card. This map is probably my least favorite in the game. Okay, so got it. We got the girl who is into knitting. I'm gonna reset. That was a terrible starting hand. We got the girl who's into knitting who froze people for interrupting her knitting. And now we got this woman who is turning everyone into trees. So the reason I don't like this map is because it's just a bunch of diverging paths, and it's most of the squares on the map are not particularly valuable. You really just want the ones that are next to the castle and towers, because they can just go around everything else. This is one of the ones you want.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to
Do
your
nothing.
god. Aim for the next
Start timer
fort.
at 3.5? That's not bad, honestly. We lost a lot of time in the volcano, and we're still doing pretty good.
Mana.
I want to go this way, and the reason I want to go this way is so I can play something on yellow, so I can play the other card that requires me to have something on yellow to play it.
Make an offering to your god. Aim for the castle.
But in terms of like the randomness of the cards I've been getting, like I haven't been getting any movement cards to make things easier on me. I'm pretty sure she has got plenty of means of dealing with that, yeah. I would say my book composition is fairly average.
Wall of stone.
The battle was drawn. Discard your card. Aim for the castle. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
Morningstar.
Make an
I think that
offering
thing's
to
called
your
a
god.
vampire
Aim
killer.
for the castle.
Axe sling spear sword.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
That is unfortunately a valuable square for her to have, and she placed a thing on there that I am not going to be able to deal with. Because that ooze has an ability that gains more health the more green creatures get played, and she has nothing but green creatures, so it's just going to keep getting stronger and stronger.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god.
Ideally, Zenith is going to just kind of throw away these items rather than use them on me.
Make an offering to your god. Aim for the castle. Aim for the castle.
Not really too impressed with anything I've got. I'd rather have this guy here. Maybe we'll swap him out with something better.
Discard your card.
It was called a man. Okay.
Aim for the next fort. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
Okay, we want to keep that. We'll throw this out.
Shatter.
As we walk past the knight, we're going to swap him out with Pillar of Flame.
Offering to your god.
And then
Aim
we
for
will
the
focus our
castle.
energies on leveling that up, because that is the only really useful thing we have played on the board right now.
Discard your card.
Axe, sword, spear.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
Deathclaw.
I haven't really talked about how there are a lot of spells in this game, and I generally don't use any of them. That's just sort of
Dark.
my preference of how what I put precedence on in terms of how I build a book. I just shattered her Morningstar and Ginger when I think it's worth it just to embarrass her. And to keep her from playing this card on the board. So yeah, there are a lot of spells in the game, and generally speaking, I don't use any of them or scrolls, and you could. They're just a different means
Aim
of
for the next fort.
how you focus what types of cards you want to use. Blue? No.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the castle. Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god.
So I have a blue card that would be great to swap with either the Griffin or the tree. Probably just the tree.
Troll. Griffin.
Yeah, so he can do 80 and I could block 80. Yeah.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the castle.
So, not that I like really want this.
Night. Gas cloud.
So if he hadn't had a spear, he would have won. But if there's any pro to that, now he doesn't have a spear.
Growth body.
Aim for the next fort.
Bandit. Dryad.
Fantastic.
The defense is too strong.
He's got support, so.
Druid.
Let's see. No, not quite.
The battle was drawn.
Alright, so I had a couple of turns there where I just, didn't keep track of what was in their hands and, wasted my money picking fights that I didn't want to pick. But the good news is that,
You
like I
got
said,
the reward.
they now
Good
have
luck to
fewer
your next
resources
journey.
at their
Use
disposal
stock
to
at a card shop.
defend me in the future.
Fly.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
And now we're gonna swap
Aim
out
for
that
the
tree.
next fort. Make an offering to your god.
Now we've got 2 squares that we can level up.
Make an offering to your god. Aim for the castle.
Are we 4 hours in? Ooh, we are 4 hours in. Okay.
Wizard's Eye.
The pace is pretty good. Like I mentioned before, things can go very wrong, specifically in the last map of this game. We'll see. So see, those oozes are already invincible. I think it's plus 65 health. She's gonna keep getting more.
Drawn.
Don't mess with Ivan Ooze.
Aim for the castle. You've got a reward. Good
Now I
luck
know
to
it
your
said that I
next
would
journey.
win that fight with like the little arrows, the iconography on the cards, but it doesn't take into account the abilities, like the card text, and it's factoring that in. It's just looking at base stats. So he was actively lying to me, telling me that I would win that fight.
Discard your card.
About to dump a bunch of money into that pillar of flame by the castle. As long as I don't step on her stuff.
Discard your card.
Magic bolt.
Make an offering to your god. Aim for the castle.
Lizard man. Lion's
So you're gonna do
mane.
40? Fine.
The battle was drawn. Discard your card.
Revival.
Sure.
Fighter. Dryad.
The battle was drawn. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
All the way up. So some things I can be doing to support that, I want to make a higher red chain, so I might do a detour over to the side, and if I roll low, then I'll want to do a detour over the side and put down creatures over there to raise the value of the Pillar of Flame. If I roll high, then I'll just go straight through.
The battle was drawn.
Okay.
Dimension door.
Oh!
Discard your card.
Shatter.
Oh.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god.
Mana.
Yeah, he's gonna probably shatter my one. That's right. Do not have an application for using that.
Make an offering to your god.
This way.
Woodfolk. Minotaur.
Aim for the castle.
Thunderbeak, fighter.
Thunderbeak!
The offense defeated the enemy. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the castle. Discard your card.
Fly. Bandit, Dryad.
They are burning a lot of resources on each other.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the castle. You don't have enough magic power.
Yeah, we gotta be careful with my inputs
You
here,
got
because
a
I don't want to
reward
accidentally go into that
for your
yellow
next
territory.
journey.
It'd be pretty bad.
Mana.
You don't have enough magic power.
She just drew an Earth Shield, which makes her invulnerable to attacks. On everything she has that can
Mana.
play an Earth Shield, which I think is all of her things.
Mana.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
There it goes.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort.
Bandit,
Oh.
gas cloud.
He'll have 60. He's gonna win no matter what. He's gonna play the troll. Either way, he was gonna have enough health that I couldn't defeat him by using the sword.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
Carbuncle, dwarf.
Was too strong.
Fly.
Make an offering to your god. Aim for the castle.
shoot my pudding? Yep. We really need to get rid of that talker. Oh, it's okay, we'll get our revenge. Least useful thing.
Holy Word 1.
Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god. Make an offering to your god.
Bandit. Pillar of Flame.
I just don't want to take any money from it. So I'm just gonna smack him in the face.
The defense was too strong. You don't have enough magic power.
Yeah, but it's for 2 games. I think most people come in here and they see the Culdcept block and they don't realize that I'm playing 2 games back to back. But yes, that is the goal.
Discard your card.
I had to spend most of the last week I've spent just inverting my sleep schedule because I started at 8 p.m. for me. So
You've got a
it'll be
reward.
okay.
Good luck to
Promise.
your next journey.
It's gonna be fine.
Aim for the castle.
Definitely go that way. Dump all our money into something.
Discard your card.
I actually haven't had an energy drink yet. I'm planning on going and refreshing myself between the 2 games. My throat is getting a little dry, and I might need to do that a bit early. We'll see. So far, it's been fine.
Aim for the next fort.
Up to this point, we've been all natural. Oh, I'm gonna step on that. Unfortunately not.
Fighter. Hornet.
Luckily, I'm at least somewhat trained for it in that the longest stream I've ever done is 19 and a half hours or so for Culdcept Revolt, which is a much longer game. And I don't think that that is a viable game to play in events. I think we just win automatically. Yeah, I mean, like, I know that people speedrun really long games all the time, clearly because this event exists. It's not super common for me, but any individual Culdcept game is. Ooh, we got her. We got her!
Holy Word 1.
Fantastic.
You've got a reward.
And I'm gonna do a little loop-de-loo here.
Good luck to your next journey.
But yeah, I would never play 2 Culdcept games back to back under any other circumstances. I was swayed by the it's for a good cause argument. So, okay, I will give it a shot. Witnessing history. Yeah, they haven't made a new one since 2016, I think. And anytime I play Culdcept Revolt, it comes up. Someone says, why hasn't this been released on Steam? You know, like, why is there not a PC version of this game? I don't even know if the company still exists. That guy... I'm gonna give you $192, sir, but I'm not gonna like it.
Discard your card.
Mana.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Like, I will always understand that it is a niche market, the people that enjoy this game. So, any company choosing to invest in this property, like, I could understand that it comes with risks. But I think it is a unique game, and wish more people knew about it.
Discard your card. You are the winner of this war.
2 more. I let you guys win. Zenith is such a bro. I like how every time we win a card battle against someone, they learn the error of their ways, and they go, okay, yeah, I'll be nice from now on. That's all it takes. Okay. We did get some cool green cards. Keep your thanks. How ominous. Edit book. Here we go. What have we got? I do like the basilisk. I do like this guy. Probably not useful at this point. That's useful. Okay. What do we say? Pudding is gone. We've given it plenty of chances and it's never redeemed itself. We can drop a wood folk. Okay. So now we're gonna fight a cult, or at least just this guy. Reasonable starting hand. Reasonable starting hand. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine it would take them much to port the games to a more modern console. Again, I don't know like what the market would be for something like that versus
Aim for the next fort.
investing in making a new game entirely. The company pretty much has a 50-50 history of remaking existing games or making new games.
Make an offering to
Technically,
your god.
so
Aim for
the
next
one that was
fort.
released on the PS1 is Culdcept
Make an
Expansion,
offering to your
and this is
god.
a remake of a remake because it's not the same at all. It's the same narratively, but like the card stats are all different.
Aim for the castle. Jump into the unknown realm. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the castle. Discard your card.
Holy word X.
That was rude of him. Kind of a waste of that card. But hey, he too is operating on the Embarrass Zenith principle. Okay.
Lilith. Troll.
I think he just wins automatically. Yeah. Money down the drain.
The offense defeated the enemy.
So compared to the maps that we just got done with, this map is not that bad. Like, its primary issue is that you can get sucked in the middle there, and if you do, then you're probably not going to do so
You've
well.
got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
I know it seems that Zenith had an easy time just immediately leaving, but usually it doesn't work out that way.
You've got a reward.
So we got lots of armor.
Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
2 Morning Stars.
Discard your card.
Can't play this anyway.
Discard your card. Aim for
And this is the map where everything went wrong in the previous event. So if we get through this one, we are already
Discard your card.
thriving. Just
Discard
need to
your
roll
card.
better than 1s and 2s.
Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Probably gonna end up throwing away most of the cards that are in my hand and just using revival to get them back.
Silence.
I unfortunately got things in more or less the wrong order. You want to get lots of creatures to start out, and then you want items to support
You've got
them,
a
and I just
reward.
got all
Good luck
items.
to your next journey.
Oops, all berries.
Hornet. Lilith.
and play that.
Aim for the next fort.
The item that Belcaire has is a thing that inverts your stats,
Discard your card.
which is difficult to like, plan around.
Make an offering to your god.
I think more often than not, he just throws them away.
Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. Aim for the castle. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
Hate to throw out Shatter without using it, but it's not useful to me right now.
Make an offering to your god.
Holy Word 1.
He's gonna taste the rainbow. Oh no! Okay.
Discard your card.
Silence.
Discard your card.
So the thing where he keeps casting this spell on me, he could just as easily cast it on Zenith. There's not... It's, as far as I know, it's 100% random. I'm not going to claim to have looked into the code or anything.
The offense defeated the enemy. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Make an offering to your god.
Haste.
Aim for the castle. Discard your card.
So, you know, having 4 turns, all back-to-back, where I wasn't allowed to play creature cards because he kept casting Silence on me, is slow me down.
Aim for the castle. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Storm Giant. Ice Salamander.
Blue creatures can't do damage to Ice Salamanders. That was a tremendous waste of money.
Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. next journey. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
Fly.
Make an offering to your god. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Okay.
Aim for the castle. Discard your card. Discard your card.
Okay, so the good news is I've drawn both of my fly cards. Now I'm going to use Revival in the near future, and those will be back into the shuffle so I can draw them again and use them to continue to move across the board as fast as possible.
Discard your card. Discard your card. Make an offering to your god.
Revival.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the castle. Discard your card.
Next Morning Star Plate Mail.
Aim for the castle. Discard your card. Discard your card. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the castle. Discard your card. Discard your card.
He's definitely going to axe me.
Griffin.
do anything about that.
Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Ice salamander.
The battle was drawn. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Okay, so this would be a good one. That would be a good one. That's really all I've got.
Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
Holy word 1.
Except I don't really care about having red on this side. Pass. Give him a 30 bucks.
Discard your card. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
I could have not loaded this. Yeah. You can, oh, I can't play armor. 60.
Woodfit. Lilith.
Yep. That sucks.
Was too strong.
I need to factor in the plus 10 it got from its neighbor. So that's why I lost that fight.
Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. Aim for the castle. Discard your card. Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card. Jump into the unknown realm. Discard your card.
See if he shoots that griffin. I think he's gonna do it.
Magic bolt.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Realistically, that's probably the worst thing I've got.
Barricade.
Aim for the castle. Discard your card. You stopped at a card shop. Make an offering to your god. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card. Jump into the unknown realm. Discard your card.
Axe Morning Star. Late
Make
mail.
an offering to your god. Discard your card.
Holy Word 1.
Discard your card.
Probably that one.
Discard your card. You don't have enough magic power. Discard your card.
Okay.
Pegasus. Woodfolk.
So we can do 70. So we just need to support him. Literally anything.
Defense was too strong. You don't have enough magic power.
Fly.
Aim for the next fort.
This thing again. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's you got it.
Discard your card. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the castle.
I think this is my favorite song in the game.
Shatter.
Discard your card. Aim for the castle.
We'll take a little detour here rather than giving him that money.
Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
Haste.
Make an offering to your god. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the castle. Discard your card.
I could go either direction. If I go that way, so that's critical damage to llamas, griffin to llama. Make it 55, 95. I would have to do 90.
Paladin. Griffin.
Mental math, that had to happen.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard your card. Aim for the castle. Aim for the next fort.
If he uses boomerang. Attacks twice.
Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
Magic bolt.
Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
Revival.
Getting your wards.
Discard your card.
Now the only major hurdles are that troll that's in front of me.
Good luck to your next journey.
Maybe there's one other thing that's leveled up in front of me. No, just the troll.
Discard your card. Make an offering to your god. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
Raise dead.
You hit the hurricane so hard it turned the music.
The battle was drawn. Discard your card.
No, barricade. Barricade. Don't step on the troll!
Aim for the castle.
Everything should be fine. I think you can feeble blast me. Oh, maybe some blast guy I'm upset about.
You got a reward. Good luck to
Neat.
your next journey. Discard your card. Aim for the castle. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
Zombie. Storm Giant.
So Belcair is down to a helmet. And that's the only item between the two of them.
The offense defeated the enemy. You got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
So now, once again, we need to not step on the troll or Cerberus. I think if we step on Cerberus, it's fine. It's just the troll that I'm worried about.
Horned Chameleon. Lilith.
Just one. Yeah. Maybe think about it.
The defense was too strong. Discard your card. Make an offering to your god.
Storm Giant.
Okay. So
Pillar
he's
of
gonna
Flame.
do 105. Or not. I'm not sure why you didn't choose to use a weapon.
Defense was too strong.
Because this has been about average for this a duration on this map. It tends to be like this. It seems like it shouldn't be that particularly difficult because of the structure of it and everything, but it is. I think it's more that they just have
The battle was drawn.
good equipment cards at this point in the game, and if you haven't been receiving equally good equipment cards, it can be hard to match up with them.
You are the winner of this war.
Uh-oh. Ryu.
The true winner is determined.
Okay, Yeah. Here we go. Final battle. Right. We got lots of blue cards. That sounds right. All you gotta do is believe. Now this guy's got some shoulder pads. He activated his trap card. I won't help you. Thanks. This is not a great starting hand, and we rolled poorly.
Make an offering to your god.
Ugh.
Permission.
Ooh, that's a reset for sure. For him to just draw that right off the bat, that gives him a lot of money. Because he's already cleared all the towers, so he can just go in and get the bonus and have a leg up on us. Yeah, we should reset. I've got a bunch of cards that I can't play. The other guy started with Evil Blast, which I don't want to deal with. Oof. Okay, well, that's better. So obviously, the structure of this map, wow, cool, amazing. You're so good. I think he has 2 copies of that in his book. So, incredible. These central aisles are the ones that are worth the most here because it's really easy for someone to get bottlenecked by them. So those are the ones you want to be controlling.
Next journey.
And also, it's the same thing as that issue with the Talia Village map, where you can roll anywhere from 1 to 10. Like that. Very swingy. Not a bad start. Could be better.
the
Nice.
next fort.
Also, I just have no creatures that I can play.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
That's not gonna be helpful anytime soon.
You stopped at a card shop. Discard your card. Discard your card.
That was a waste of that card.
Make an offering to your god.
Really, the only thing I can do is level that up. Nothing else matches.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
Fly.
Aim for the castle. You stopped at a card shop. Discard your card.
I guess I could have taken balance and played it because I'm in third place, so I got the most money out of it, but it gives everyone else money too.
Discard your card.
Haste.
Aim for the next fort. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
Haste.
Make an offering to your god.
Ooh.
Cold. Leviathan.
Give him the choice.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard your card.
No. I could fight really hard to get that, and it would really not benefit me at all.
to your god.
Haste. Hydra. Minotaur.
You can do plus 50.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard your card. Aim for the castle. You stopped at a card shop. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort. You stopped at a card shop. Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
I think he's just going to detour and not step on my square. If that's the case, then I'm wasting his time, which is good.
Make an offering to your god. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card. Discard your card.
Haste.
You stopped at a card shop. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
win this fight, it would cost me all my money.
Discard your card. Discard your card.
I'd really like for him to use Drain Magic on Zenith. I don't really know why he's holding on to it. I don't know if he's scripted to use it on me specifically.
Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
He's had many turns where he had an opportunity to use Drain Magic and take a lot of money from Zenith, and he has chosen not to.
Magic bolt.
Rude.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Okay, well,
Mana.
need bucks.
Aim for the castle.
There go my bucks. Yeah, because you can make it 90. I could do 100, but then it would be all my money.
Discard your card. Discard your card.
Drain magic.
Thank you.
Aim for the next fort.
Dragonor. Pegasus.
The offense defeated the enemy. You stopped at a card shop. Discard your card.
Mana.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Make an offering to your god.
Okay, well, we've laid the foundation for success. It's mostly just a matter of... Ideally, they fight each other because they've got a lot of equipment. That's, I think, the biggest problem with this map is just that they both have really good equipment cards, and they use them on you, they can tear you down real fast.
Make an offering to your god.
I'd like to go this way, not step on Cerberus.
Aim for the next fort. You've stopped at a card shop. Aim for the castle. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god.
All my money, sure. Why not? I'll get him.
Hydra, giant amoeba.
The offense defeated the enemy. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
Fly.
Aim for the next fort.
Grim. Hydra.
So the Gremlin's ability is that he will destroy any items that the opponent uses.
The offense defeated the enemy.
And I wanted that for my chain.
You stopped at a card shop.
Magic bolt.
Aim for the next fort.
Either is fine. How many vinyl things are here? Just the two.
Discard your card. Make an offering to your god.
Okay, so Balthius currently has $0. Means that I don't have to worry about his equipment if I land on any of his stuff. Which could make a big difference. Yeah.
Nobody survived.
Zenith continues to have amazing equipment at all times. Okay, well, we got past all the valuable stuff. That's what's most important. How expensive is balance? 20 bucks. Yeah, sure.
Discard your card. Aim for the next route. Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
Balance. Is it now? I don't think I've ever seen... I might have seen one episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! On TV when it was, like, first airing. And people come in here making Yu-Gi-Oh! References all the time, and I don't... They go right past me. I don't want to step on that.
Aim for the castle. Discard your card. You stopped at a card shop.
I do think it's because like those are really the only two realms people have to draw from in terms of something that is a dramatic anime interpretation of a card game. Okay, well, that's useless, thanks. I already passed the forts.
Discard your card.
Okay, he's got 2 Reflect Rings and a Lance of Odin,
Aim for the castle.
which means I don't want to pick a fight with him. Zenith has a lot of stuff.
Next fort.
A lot of things. I need them to fight each other.
Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
The good news is we're bolstering up these things in the aisles. I laid the groundwork for that early on and was behind because of it, but we're making it harder for them to deal with those things. They do have like the equipment to deal with it, but sometimes they're kind of hesitant to step on things that have been leveled up. Great, Revival was at the bottom of my book.
Discard your card.
What do I do with this? Revival's just not gonna be like my book just refreshed, so it's not gonna be useful for a while. Okay. This is okay with me. Money for that. Alone.
Discard your
I have never seen him use this card. Yep. I am not sure that he's programmed to know how to use that card.
discard your card.
Hydra.
That's right, I'm gonna pay attention to Chameleon. Okay. So I can make Zenith step on that jellyfish that I've got played there.
The battle
He
is
can
on.
I think at most do 50 damage. Can't even do that because he's got $4.
Discard your
So he's gonna lose, and he's gonna be unhappy. Gonna laugh.
Holy Word 1.
aim for the next point.
Yeah, I'd have to attack him with this. I'd have to do 70, which I could do. Cost me. This has the added benefit of reducing his chain value, so if I roll a 1 next turn, I won't lose as much money.
The offense defeated the enemy.
And remember, secondary goal at all times, embarrass Zenith.
Discard your card.
Sorry, son.
You don't have enough magic power.
Now the AI is scripted to release territories in like order of lowest value first, so this will always just take forever because they get rid of their measly things. That is not the case in Culdcept Revolt,
To your god.
where they will sometimes get rid of their most valuable thing.
Discard your card.
Still got armor. We drew that sword again.
Discard your card.
And we're trying to set up this thing right here where this yellow aisle is difficult for them
Good luck
to
to your next
go
journey.
into. So that's the goal. Old Willow and Kelpie are in every version of Culdcept.
Discard your card. Aim for the castle. Stopped at a
I was
close
not
one.
fortunate enough to get either of those. That's right. We can go any direction we want. Red and yellow. What I want to do here is I want to spend this turn leveling up this guy, making the aisle really tough for someone to deal with.
Discard your card. Discard your card.
Yeah, I don't want to say that those cards trivialize the run if you get them. They definitely make it
To your next
like a
journey.
lot easier for you to build a strategy around, like you know, like these are great cards to be building around. Whereas I don't really have much of a strategy with the cards that I was given. I kind of just doing my best.
Aim for the next fort.
Because I think that everything in the game, even if it seems like an insurmountable thing to deal with, there are counter strategies to pretty much everything.
Discard your card.
And you are often surprised when the AI just comes up with some crazy thing that just you did not expect to have happen.
Discard your card.
I think that's the worst thing I have. think he's got a catapult, so he can make it 110. I get critical hit on him.
Knight. Hydra.
We're gonna see what happens. Reflect ring? Yeah. Gotta respect it. It was the right choice. And you see that definitely happen. Well, I mean, like, I have not been really keeping track of their equipment in this map because it was too difficult to do it. They both have, pretty much at any given time, 3 to 5 items on hand, so, you know, keeping track of it is hard. But when you're talking to someone and also trying to keep track of it, it's much more hard. So that's how that goes. I definitely didn't remember they had a reflect
To your
ring.
next journey.
Oh, please.
Hydra. Lion's mane.
Because I don't have any money, I can't play my own ring now, so he's going to take that territory from me.
The offense
Congratulations.
defeated the enemy.
Haste.
Aim for the next fort.
Horned chameleon. Will-o'-the-wisp.
Good news is he's down to a crossbow now. Bad news is the crossbow is a reasonably good item.
The offense defeated the enemy.
And also that I have no money. Oh no, there's really nothing good I can do. That's what I got. Pretty much no. Oh, yeah. Hopefully I'll be able to land back on that blue square and take that territory back before someone else lands on it and takes it. He'll probably win this fight because I still don't have any money. Yeah, that's just the consequence of that. Kicking your mom down.
The offense defeated
The good news is that, you know, that B isn't really doing a good job of defending that territory, so I probably can take it back. Either direction. Get past all that valuable stuff. Get to a tower so I can actually play an item again.
for the next fort.
So that's the one that's not leveled up. Well, it's leveled up once.
Aim for the next fort.
So I can spend all my money to take that territory. Let's take my $30.
Discard your card.
Water. Zenith is down to armor, Balthius is down to a crossbow.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the next fort.
He is not going to win that fight.
Giant eel.
The defense was too strong. Discard card.
American go. This for some money.
Mana.
Great. I still don't want blue territory.
Fire drift.
Zenith might use his armor here. Wow, okay.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Probably won't be able to take advantage of them having no equipment in the short term. He's gonna move over and take that valuable territory.
Aim for the castle.
Sure.
Knight. Horned chameleon.
Easy choice.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Next one of the... Oh, okay, so he's got a reflector ring.
Haste.
One of the fun things about the battle system is being able to be like, well, who's gonna win in a fight? A wolf with a crossbow or a snail wearing armor?
Make an offering to your god.
So we don't want to fight Balthius. We'll just go left if I put a 1 on him.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Okay, well, we could level that up. Since this is yellow. So we can take that from him.
Troll. Horned chameleon.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
I'm absolutely going to shatter that ring.
Shatter.
Lizard Man. 80. So I can land on that and take that. That's looking like the best choice. Hopefully I'm not miscalculating.
To your god.
Thunder, Minotaur.
Now this land is vulnerable, and the Zenith could very easily land on it and take it back from me. But if Zenith ends up with it, that's better than Balthius having it, because that swinging value is enough to make things more even.
Storm Giant, Grim.
The battle was drawn. Aim for the next fort.
Red territories do we have on the left side of the screen? There's those two.
Aim for the next fort.
Fire Drake, Troll.
Zenith will lose this fight.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Impossible!
Make an offering to your god.
I'm not going to count how many green creatures are in play. Make my $30.
Make an offering to your god.
Back to the catapult and claymore.
Aim for the next fort.
Unfortunate, that's a pretty good balance for him. Fortunately, he'll use one of those here.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Horned Chameleon, Grim.
He just loses.
The defense was too strong.
He's got a catapult. Definitely swap this out, but not with something particularly good. Attack that. 75.
Night. Fire drip.
You can't even play as captain.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Lizard man. Hornet.
The offense defeated the enemy. Make an offering to your god.
Giant amoeba. Gas cloud.
The battle was drawn. You don't have enough magic power. Discard your card. Make an offering to your god.
So I believe a crossbow costs more than 35, so I don't think he can play either of his items right now.
Aim for the next fort.
You got me. Sure.
Aim for the castle. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the castle.
Giant amoeba. Will-o'-the-wisp.
The battle was drawn. Discard your card.
It's gonna go because it's not helpful me.
Discard your card.
See, like, the thing he's doing right now is, like, a very bizarre... I think a human wouldn't be sitting there looking at it and being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna attack this guy here. Because he's using up these resources to take territory that's not worth more to him.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard your card. Discard your card.
I keep drawing garbage cards. Oh. Okay. I'm going for it.
Hydra.
Oh, a Hydra isn't a llama? Okay. Shows what I know.
The defense was too strong.
That's pretty bad.
You don't have enough.
We don't want to give up
magic
any of
power.
this stuff that's where he could step on it. We want to dump things that are like over here that we don't care so much about. Pretty much all of this stuff. Yeah, okay.
Magic bolt.
Bro.
Stopped at a card shop. You stopped at a card shop.
Dragonoid. Ooze.
So I basically need him to roll low, and I'm hoping that he gets stuck in that square and can't get out. If he rolls high, then I just lose.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the next fort.
Minotaur.
I'm gonna
Salamander.
do damage.
The defense was too strong. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the next fort.
I'm pretty sure I don't.
Hellhound. Pillar of flame.
You can take it. That's fine. I'm not gonna waste $100 defending him.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard the card.
Oh, why you like this. Can't deal with that.
Discard your card.
Dream magic.
Discard your card. Make an
Well,
offering to your god.
hey, guess what? We're playing this map again.
You are the winner of this war. The true winner is
That's why the
determined.
estimate's so high. Did we get anything good? I got a crossbow. Otherwise, no. I don't want any of those things.
Fate.
So, we want to dump... I don't know what we want to dump. One of those. Well, thanks for sticking around for as long as you did. Promise we will actually get through it.
Make an offering to your god. Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god.
Dream magic.
Aim for the next fort.
Permission.
Aim for the next fort. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Make an offering to your god.
Oh, okay. So much for that. Looks like I would like to step on this yellow. No, sir. Blue. much better start in terms of having creatures that I can play that match the things as I'm going along. I don't have to waste resources moving them. He can do this, that's fine.
Wall of stone.
This is going to cost him a card because that's how that works. So he's wasting a lance to do this in the first place, but it's also going to throw away the other card in his hand. So that was fairly expensive for him to do, and it only cost me $30 to put that wall of stone there, so who cares?
Aim for the next fort.
Fly.
Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god.
Hornet. King Tortoise.
Probably 70.
The battle was drawn.
Much better first lap.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. Aim for the castle. Aim for the next fort. Aim for the castle. Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Blue and yellow.
Giant.
Once again, he's going to use his claymore? Yeah. He's going to use his claymore to destroy a wall that cost me basically nothing.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard your
of sucks. I don't think I'm gonna be able to deal with that because you can play axe and do, you know, lots of damage.
The offense defeated the enemy.
What about my good start?
Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
Yellow.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the castle. Discard your card. Make an offering to your god. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. You stopped at a card shop.
Haste.
Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
I'm sure that's true. That's fine.
Discard your card.
Basically, both of them have really good armor right now, so they can't get into a fight
Aim
with
for the
either of
next
them.
fort.
I want them to get into fights with each other, and then move in and take advantage.
Discard your card.
That red-faced dude is the antagonist. He is, I don't know, trying to control the world. Seems like every character in this game is trying to control the world, so that's not necessarily helpful information. That's his story. I'm gonna put it in there.
Discard your card.
When he gets upset, he blows yellow smoke out his nose, which kind of looks like custard. No, well, Zenith is like a... He's an antagonist, but he's kind of like an antagonist that bumbles his way through the game. So he's a villain, but he's not the main villain.
The battle was drawn.
Well, I could shatter.
Discard your card.
That's unfortunate. I think I have to just dump shatter. Yeah, I think he considers me his rival. I'm pretty indifferent about him. He keeps showing up and
Aim for the
losing.
next fort.
Minotaur, giant eel.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard your card.
Can I even play that? Do I have green territories? I don't think I do. I don't. So I can go. Thought about it. Thought about spending a lot of resources to take that territory.
Make an offering to your god.
He doesn't even have money to play a weapon. He's just... Just lost your expensive card, buddy.
The defense was too strong.
He's absolutely gonna win that fight.
Pyromancer, little.
Womp womp.
The offense defeated the enemy.
pretty sure he can evil blast my gremlin out of existence. Yeah. I'm not sure that he would choose to because it'd be a waste of like what that spell can do. But he can do it.
Discard your card. Make an offering to your god.
Counter Ring, Lance of Odin, Boomerang. There goes that. Cool.
The offense defeated the enemy.
So I have to be careful about what I level up because of that Evil Blast spell. You know, will absolutely target something
Aim
with
for the
it.
castle.
Right now, Balthius has no equipment, so if I can move into him anywhere, I should. But guess what? I can't. Okay, well. Yeah, there's not really anything cool I can do. Who's surprised?
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
So it's that. There you go. He'll probably shoot the gremlin
Magic
with that.
bolt.
Discard your card. Make an offering to your god. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next
Okay,
journey.
so what we say? Balthius has no armor right now, so this thing has 90 HP, and I can do 90 HP. So I should.
Minotaur. Dragon.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort. You stopped at a card shop. You stopped at a card shop.
Revival.
Aim for the next fort.
remember, I'm still paying attention to that evil blast and when I level up. I don't want to level up anything that's got, you know, low HP. Destruction.
Discard your card.
Dream magic.
Aim for the castle. Discard your card.
Evil blast.
I can live with that.
Discard your card. Make an offering to your god.
I don't think I want blue right now. Yeah, not really. Okay, good. He's got the Claymore.
Salamander.
I'm gonna pay attention to the creatures in his hand real quick.
Defense was too strong.
Magic bolt.
Discard your card.
Holy word 1.
Hope this doesn't backfire.
Aim for the next fort.
Nice.
You don't have enough magic power.
Shatter.
Make an offering to your god. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort.
Rang Morningstar. What's the on this side?
Permission. Lizard man.
Thunderbeak can't equip armor. It's too good for that. because he would use his weapons to attack first.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
Haste.
Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
Horned Chameleon. Knight.
Well, at least he gave me money.
Is too strong. Discard your card.
Holy Word 1.
Aim for the castle. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Actually, I have not been keeping track of if he used up his evil blast or not. He did, apparently. Oh yeah, he shot that elf.
Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
Yeah, which is why I was worried about it, because my Minotaur is just enough low health that it could be taken out with an evil blast. But he only has one of those.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Dragonor. Giant Amoeba.
Morningstar. This. That's got support. I don't know what I do with that.
You stopped at a card shop. Discard your card.
Well, that's a detour for him. He did not want to go that direction. That's the fact that he attacks first that I can deal with.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. Make an offering to your god.
I think that random man is being eaten by the giant weevil. I think that's what it's trying to convey. So hey, Dave. Ladies and gentlemen, Junkyard Dave may have been the top viewer of Culdcept content over the last year, because he is often in my channel. Great. There's that catapult.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the next fort.
I think if you closely examine the artwork, he is being consumed. Well, I mean, it's hard to say. We don't see, like, his legs at all, so... Nice.
You don't have enough magic power.
Yeah, go for it. Yep. Shut him down. Just so Zena can draw another magic blast and take out the Thunderbeak again. Okay. Malthius has a crossbow. I might use that crossbow.
Dragonoid, Storm Giant.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Claymore Morningstar.
Discard your card.
There's this. He's gonna bolt me. Here it comes. He doesn't have enough bucks to do it right now. ready for it to happen. Unfortunately, I cannot get into a fight with that whale. That whale with feet. Foot whale.
Giant eel, hellhound.
Serpent with a crossbow.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard card. Aim for the castle. You stopped at a card shop. Aim for the next fort. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Make an offering to your god.
Oh, he's buying stocks. And cool crossbow.
Discard your card.
So long, Thunderbeak.
Magic bolt.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Support.
Knight. Dragon orbit.
If I do nothing. Wow. Okay. He really wanted it.
The defense was too strong.
Permission.
Make an offering to your god. Make an offering to your god.
Drain magic.
Aim for the next fort.
Ooze. Lizard man.
Okay. Nobody suspects the ooze with the claymore.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard card. Make an offering to your god. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Yeah, take him down.
Dragon orbit. Lilith.
Give him a catapult. Catapult, Morningstar, Scale Mail. held, whatever that other one was called.
The offense defeated the enemy. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card. Aim for the castle.
Cow Chin Ooze.
I have no idea how much health the ooze is going to get, so I wanted to be sure. Turns out if I would have done nothing, I would have lost.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Draw an item, Zenith.
Make an offering to your god.
Because he just drew that boomerang. Otherwise, I probably would have been able to take him.
You stopped at a card shop. Aim for the next fort.
Fly.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
$50. Great.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Well.
Behemoth. Hurricane.
So he's gonna use his catapult, I guess. Yeah, do 90. Which is more than I can do anything with. I attack first. So I would do enough. I don't know, the catapult getting around. Listen. It's after 4 a.m. here. Mental math is gonna start to get real hard. Good news, Alpheus no longer has a catapult.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard your card.
Axe Rang Scale.
Aim for the next
Right past my valuable stuff.
Horned Chameleon. Behemoth.
You're welcome, Zenith. You made that happen. It's called teamwork.
defeated the enemy.
getting there. You can still use this, whatever it's card called. The card that can move creatures for $100. That could still ruin any plans I have, because anywhere on the board you can move a creature onto another creature. Telekinesis, that's what it's called.
Enough magic power.
Countering axe.
The offense defeated the enemy. You don't have enough magic power.
Go. What's he gonna do? Full defense. Yeah, he's always outraged. He's just shocked. can't believe that this would happen to him.
The battle was drawn.
Behemoth, Knight.
I've got no money now because I played my armor. No one suspects a whale with a ring on his foot.
The offense defeated the enemy.
That is not my username. Fuddle Bob. Thank you.
Storm Giant, Knight.
I was so close to being done. I got wrecked by telekinesis. What you fixed it to is correct, yeah.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the castle. Aim for the castle. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the next fort.
I'm not sure if I'm gonna get enough money when I touch the castle. I would doubt that I would. Where's this?
Make an offering to your god. You've got
You know
a
what that
reward.
means?
Good luck to
One
your
more
next journey.
lap. Which one? Statistically, it's pretty unlikely that something bad is going to happen on this one. No, leave him alone.
Horned Chameleon, Tao Chin.
Yep. Easy.
Defense was too strong.
Tao Tia is a cool card because he gets stronger every time he survives a fight.
You stopped at a card shop. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Make an offering to your god.
All we gotta do is get through this little loop here. Use fly and everything.
Aim for the next fort.
Should be okay now. Should be mere moments from victory. Roll a 2 or higher. There we
You
go.
are the winner of this war.
Oh. The joyous music, coupled with that image of him just bursting into flames. Okay, we're gonna get a cutscene here. It's gonna be very difficult to understand what's being said. It's not my fault. The game just has a lot of reverb for some reason. Time, well, leave the timer going, obviously, I guess, because... Unless you guys want to reset the timer for the PS2 game. Hey, we got Kelpie. This is the really good card, by the way.
Kelpie.
That's time on this
Quest
game.
of accomplishment.
And I'm gonna go get a drink and walk around and such, and we're going to take a brief pause, and then we're gonna start up Culdcept 2. In the meantime, enjoy this.
Is that you? Did you resurrect Culdcept? You're human, aren't you? Humans have multiplied far beyond my expectations. I created Culdcept to embody the order of the universe. But Baltares, the god of control, plundered Culdcept. When I was compelled to destroy it, I suspected that it had somehow attained a consciousness of its own. I'm sure this had a profound effect on humans. At that point, Culdcept began defying all intervention. It didn't even acknowledge my existence, the existence of the Goddess Almighty. Why did I create Culdcept when the universe was created? I assumed that Culdcept did not want to be evident to the universe, and that it had me create Culdcept from nothingness. Whatever. You were chosen by Culdcept. You have the power to create your own universe. Harness that power and create. As a god, what kind of a world are you going to rule?
This myth contains no description of the sequel to this story of the Scepters. But in our world, the shards of Culdcept still exist. If the universe is reincarnated through Culdcept's will we meet a new scepter and a new universe?
Cool. Alright, here we go. Prepare yourself for lore.
Culdcept, the Book of Creation and Destruction, as written by Culdra, Absolute Goddess. The owner of the book will inherit her powers. The Scepters, warriors who control Culdcept, continue their warring. Any victor becomes a god and gains the power to create a new world. Many new worlds have been made. The creation of new worlds and Culdcept were a never-ending cycle of reincarnation. Culdra, however, saw the future. There would be one scepter, and he would plot to end this vicious cycle. His name was Gemini. He would bring the entire universe under his control.
Okay, got it? That's the villain. Gemini. That jester-looking dude. Oop. This one gives us many more characters, so I like to put in something that's funny to hear them say repeatedly, so we're gonna go with Sweet Cheeks. Timer can start in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, well, timer's already going. Don't worry about it.
Goddess Culdra, source of all worlds, foresees the future. One scepter will displace her as the source, and he will disrupt the entire universe. Culdra knows the world he will appear in. It is Soltalia, world of Soltus, scepter turned god. Culdra sends Goligan to Soltalia to put an end to Gemini's ambitions.
Such smooth animation. Let me tell you, Sweet Cheeks. Okay. So unlike the previous game, I don't get to choose my deck. I just get a random one of two options. I got the one that I don't like, and we're just gonna have to deal with it, which is blue-yellow. Well, we found out in the lore of the previous games that that deity that we fought at the end created Golgan the Staff to bring powerful scepters to him so that he could fight them and take their power. So that's the lore. And this is really, really lots of lore.
Fly.
So this is Culdcept 2. This is the sequel. Originally released on Dreamcast in Japan, and then re-released on PS2, and was the first one that made it to America.
Aim for the castle.
All of the mechanics are the same, but if anybody who was not here when I explained the mechanics at the start of the first game wants a refresher, absolutely feel free to ask questions along the way. Basically, we want to buy up properties with our creatures and then level them up and make our opponents step on them.
Aim for the castle. Aim for the castle. Discard your card.
You can already see that this one moves a little faster. Just there's a bit of a... It's just a bit more smooth in the way that the mechanics function.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card. You've got
Basically,
a reward.
every time that they put
Good
out
luck to your
Culdcept, they
next
find a way to
journey.
make it move a little bit faster every time. So, if you play the original Sega Saturn version and compare it to the one on the 3DS, they are very different. Yes, the voice acting, I'm
Discard
fairly
your
confident
card.
that it's the same voice actors in every game. They get a new lady narrator in the 3DS game. But I do think it's the same dude even in that one. If it's not, then they found another guy who sounds as gruff as he does. Oh, he's going for it. So this guy is the Zenith of this game. He is not Zenith. He just looks and acts like Zenith. Sure.
The battle was drawn.
And he will play the same role where he will just keep showing up to harass us as the story progresses.
Mana.
Slow.
Slow.
Nice.
Aim for the castle.
Goblin. Sprite.
one of the main things that you need to be careful about if you go to play this after playing any other Culdcept is that the cards that you play in battle are assigned to button faces instead of just being like on the DS one, it was a move left or right to select a thing. So if you're not careful and you just mash your way through something, you'll use the wrong item when you weren't trying to use an item, and you'll be upset.
Mana.
Discard your card.
The assumption for why they changed that might be because you could play the game local multiplayer, and maybe by assigning things to button presses, you know, like the other person can't see what you're selecting in battle. It makes sense. And that's pretty much the only way you could resolve that intelligently, so that's probably why it's like that, but you know, as a single-player game, it's kind of an obstacle you have to deal with.
Aim for the castle.
Oh, that guy! It's too bad. It's a waste of time.
Giant rat. Goblin.
I could defend him. I'm gonna defend him. We stand by this boy.
The defense was too strong. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Hornet. Tiger beetle.
Oh, I should have done something. So the numbers are the toll value that every land has. So you're going to see that there's a 72 underneath this tiger beetle, which is the amount I'm going to have to pay because I lost this fight. So there you go. I lost $72. Magic. It calls it magic. I don't know. There's a G, but it also calls it magic. So the value is what you want to raise the values to make tolls higher so that you get more money out of your opponents. You can also hit the shoulder buttons to make it do different things. Here with this. So, I'm a liar. It's not the shoulder buttons in this game, apparently.
Good luck to your next journey.
It's the shoulder buttons in the DS game. Oh no, it just doesn't happen on your turn. Okay, well, the more you know. So you can make it have different stats show up if you really want to see different stats.
Lizard man. Tiger beetle.
But generally speaking, the toll value is the most useful to see. Yeah, pretty much it's insurmountable if someone lands on something that's leveled up that high. And that's, you know, the most obvious way to succeed in the game.
Goblin.
You got it, buddy. You got me. You really wanted to take that goblin out. So yeah, every creature has, there are, That's what he was just talking about. Gulligan was on it. There are different elements.
Aim for the
You want
castle.
to match the element of the creature you're playing to the color of the territory because it gets a defensive bonus of plus 10 HP per level of territory. So that sprite that's leveled up has plus 50 HP because it's leveled up all the way.
Aim for the castle.
Makes it difficult for the enemy to deal with it.
Discard your card.
It also allows us to do things like this. I'm gonna play this 1 on him
Holy word 1.
and force him to step on it. And he'll probably shout something.
Hornet. Kobold.
He'll probably shout, "Sweet cheeks!"
The offense defeated the enemy.
I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. He's got it. He's sending in the skeleton. He knows what he's doing.
Skeleton. Sprite.
Oops.
The battle was drawn. You don't have enough magic power.
And if you don't have enough money on hand to pay your bills, you gotta release territories.
You've got a reward.
That's Culdcept, baby.
You are the winner of this war.
You've done it, sweet cheeks. So there you go.
The true winner is determined.
We are on a quest to save the universe. Okay. I am a magic staff. He comes from Ruido. Rudo. Tells me about how to edit books. There you go, sweet cheeks. Go to this one. Editor book. All of these cards are better than what we started with. Maybe not that one. That one's debatable, but we'll keep it. I'd probably not take those nunchucks. Dumped. Dumped. Out. Out. And out. We get one of these cool little CG cutscenes between every map. There you go. Everybody loves wordplay. No, this is where we send you to the dungeon! We meet the Sad King. No one treats sweet cheeks this way. This is very similar to the previous game in terms of, like, this map is like a smaller version of the second map in Culdcept 1.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort.
See, that's the kind of thing. People are deprived of the opportunity to make puns about the lore of the game because they don't ever watch the lore of the game and speedrunning it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Holy Word 3. Shrink.
Aim for the castle.
Ooh, joke's on you, that spell sucks.
Aim for the castle. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. Discard your card. Discard your card.
Holy Word 3.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Toss it.
Discard your card.
Holy Word 6.
Otherwise, her behavior is the same as Sebastian's was. Like, she generally won't pick fights with you. Yellow. Already stepped on that, so not really anything cool I can do here. Just level that up.
Discard your card.
Mana.
Discard your card.
vaguely pay attention to what equipment she has in case she does decide to attack you.
Aim for the castle.
That one, it makes sense because she's going to do 50 without doing anything. And I don't have armor.
The offense defeated the enemy.
So the goal of this game, there are, I want to say 16 maps in this game. And every map has a value
You've got a reward.
that I need to reach, a goal value that I need to reach in Culdcept dollars, whatever you want to call the currency of the game, in order to progress to the next map. So I need to beat all 16 maps. We're on map 2. And yeah, we're going around and we're buying up properties using these monster cards. And the goal is to save the universe. That's the lore goal that we just learned. That's what's most important here.
Silence.
And the side goal is to embarrass Rivern whenever possible. He's not on this map, so it's going to be hard to accomplish that specific goal, but we'll get there.
Aim for the next fort.
So she casts silence on me, so I can't play any creatures right now, so I'm kind of just wandering around the map.
Discard your card.
Yeah, we have individual decks of cards, and you know, we're drawing cards randomly. The 3 types of cards you can draw are creatures, items, and spells. So she's putting down creatures, and I'm putting down creatures.
Fly.
I actually don't want to do that. Where would she land if I played? Yeah, I'll do that.
Discard your card. Aim for the castle. Aim
It's a
for the
shame.
castle.
Take my money, lady.
Discard your card.
6 the least useful thing. Now we're going to use fly, so we don't step on this
Fly.
expensive tiger beetle in front of me. I control my character, the other is AI control.
Good luck to your next journey. Discard your
If you play
card.
multiplayer, you can play as Selena.
Wind of hope.
It'll let you choose any character that you have unlocked during the storyline.
Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort.
Okay, what do we want to level up? Probably this B. All the way up.
Discard your card.
Shatter.
This game did have a pretty neat multiplayer system for its time, where you
Aim for
could
the next fort.
save your data onto a memory card and then take it over to a friend's house and load up your data and fight against each other. I let a friend borrow my copy of this game in high school after I had beat the story mode, and he went through and beat it, and then we did multiplayer battles against each other with the various cards that we collected. And it was pretty cool. Like, it was a unique multiplayer game.
Discard your card. Discard your card.
So my monsters have a red border around them, and hers have a blue border around them.
Discard your card.
And you can tell that I'm red because in the upper left corner on my little status square, it'll show my color and then the amount of money I have.
Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
Probably we're gonna step on something
Aim for
valuable
the
here.
castle.
Yep. So she can make that 80, and I can only do 60 in damage. Well played,
Discard your
Sakura.
card.
Oh man, she's gonna mess up my tumbleweed.
Fighter. Trampleweed.
Yes. Oh well. Yeah.
The battle was drawn. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort.
One of these.
Holy Word 1.
Discard your card.
Oh man, she showed
Holy
me.
Word 6.
She's not gonna go down like a punk.
Aim for the next fort.
Now all I gotta do is touch the castle. Now that I have the
Silence.
required amount of bucks.
Aim for the castle.
Congrats.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
There we go.
You are the winner of this war. The true winner is determined.
More often than not, battles will take place between two characters who just kind of have trivial reasons to get into an argument. We got another shatter. Okay. Inexcusably rude. Okay. Oh. This is great. This is good. Haste is a maybe. That's a maybe. And I think I don't. Yeah. What else do we want to dump? Let's dump these Marfolk. They've had their time in the sun. Now we're gonna get sidetracked dealing with this dude whose wagon got stolen. Like, we're on a quest to save the universe, and we gotta stop to help this guy out. And these guys are doing a little dance move up here in the corner. Return the wagon! You will be defeated by Sweet Cheeks! Oh. Okay, so here we go. Once again, we've been introduced to branching paths. It's okay, we know what that means now, so we don't need to worry about it. This guy is, I think, the same AI as the gorilla in the previous game. He's just hyper-aggressive. He's got lots of weapons in his book. Either no armor, or maybe he has, like, a small amount of armor. Either way, pretty much he's just gonna fight me constantly.
Aim for the next course.
Well, technically, this is game 2.
Aim
We're
for the
36
top.
minutes into this game. Okay, don't waste your time leveling up the stuff on the branching paths in the middle, because they'll just go around it. They'll go the other direction, so don't invest in those things.
got a reward.
Wah, wah.
Good luck to your next journey.
I did just say don't invest in these things, but... Oh, well, that's right. I can't level it up. Don't worry about it. This is how everybody resolves their problems in this world. Card games. You telling me that that's not a
Aim
better
for the
solution?
next fort.
This is PS2.
Giant bat. Lizard man.
Okay, so he can do 50 damage. I can attack first. All I gotta do is smack him with a boomerang. And, I think it's fine. Everything is fine. The boomerang is cool because it comes back to my hand. It's a really powerful card.
Defense was too strong.
You have to be careful though, because it doesn't do that in every version of Culdcept. So if you run multiple versions of this game, you can get
Aim for the castle.
destroyed by
You've got a reward.
misinterpreting what the cards do.
Good luck to your next journey.
Okay. Let's haste.
Haste.
Aim for the castle.
Oh, you got me. Well, can't do anything about that. Just you wait, sweet cheeks.
Aim for the next fort.
Should have put up a sweet cheeks counter.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Okay, well this is the only thing that makes sense to level up. Yeah, yes, so if you play a card of matching element to the territory, then it gets a defensive bonus of 10. Not if it's attacking, only if it's defending. So... yeah, let's just rang it. Rang all day. And then, that defensive bonus is 10. Why did I not... What?
Defense defeated the enemy.
You know that thing I was saying about the cards being different between games? That just happened to me. It's okay. Don't worry about it. We lost our boomerang. It's okay. We will get by. So the defensive bonus is 10 per level of territory. I lose a turn because of just some random effect that happened. Hopefully he'll roll an even number so I can take a turn again. Nope.
Aim for the castle.
The greatest mechanic in any board game is lose a turn. Everybody's having fun. So much fun.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Oh, screw this guy. Roll an even number.
Aim for the next fort.
Yeah, I think there's translation errors in every Culdcept game.
Discard your card.
I just lost like 5 turns because of that. Fun.
Mind seeker.
Oh, it's true. Yeah, what are you gonna do without that bat?
Aim for the next fort. Discard.
So he landed on a shrine, and the shrine is like a community chest in Monopoly where it will just do a random thing. And most of them are pretty inconsequential, but sometimes they can just absolutely ruin your day, like that one did. See, this one doesn't matter. Like, we all have max HP, so it's just... He could have got that one.
Discard your card.
Okay, we got chainmail, a sword, and a mace.
Aim for the castle.
So yeah, my Harpy there is on level 4 territory, so it's getting plus 40 HP. If he lands on it, he'll be distraught.
Discard your card.
Oh. Distraught.
Goblin. Harpy.
He can do at most 60 damage, which is plenty. I don't care.
The defense.
So the thing that happened to me earlier is the boomerang doesn't give you attacks first in this one, but it does in the one that I just finished playing.
Magic bolt.
Do I need to do that right now? Yeah, sure, let's do it.
Magic
Clear up the hand
bolt.
space. Yeah, town.
You've got a reward.
I think that this one has
Good luck
the
to your next journey.
highest volume of card text or shrine effects that don't do what they say they're going to do. And that's frustrating, but you kind of just get past it.
Discard your card.
You know, it's
Aim
before
for
the days when they
next
patched
point.
games, so it's just the way it is.
Discard your card.
Throw this mace away.
Aim for the castle.
Yeah, so
You've got
so
a
see I'm
reward.
landing on this B here, and it's
Good luck to your
192.
next
If I
journey.
can't fight it, which I probably can't, because he can play armor, so he can make it 90. I could do 70, so I can't win this fight, so there's no point in me starting it. So I'm going to pay him $192. If I fought him and won, then not only would I not have to pay that toll, but then it would be my land, and because it's been leveled up, I get the benefits of him investing in it. If I fight and lose, then I still have to pay the toll.
Mana.
Aim for the next fort.
All the way up.
Discard your card.
All the cards have a cost associated with them, which is the reason why I didn't just pick a fight with them, because I would have had to spend money to lose the fight, and it just wouldn't have been worth it to me. 50. All I gotta do is play some leather armor, and we're good. I'm just drinking water. I'm doing just fine. I think I'm experiencing a little bit of an energy boost from the break between games. It feels like I'm already past... It's not the halfway point because the first game is definitely shorter, but right now I'm having a little bit of an uplift.
Aim
We'll see how
for the
long it
castle.
lasts. This game is definitely longer, it's more complicated, more things can
Aim
go
for the
wrong.
castle.
You can't play... Can you play armor on a statue? Yes.
Gladiator.
In certain Culdcepts,
Statue.
you cannot play armor on a statue. The good news is he's going to waste his armor here. Clear him out.
The offense defeated the enemy. You've got a reward.
And then the other thing I have
Good
not
luck to
mentioned
your
in
next journey.
this game, but I talked about a lot in the previous game, is that there are chain values where you want to... this is okay. I think we just win. I don't think he has no
Giant
armor.
amoeba.
Unless he drew it just now and I wasn't paying attention. No, we're good. There are chain values where the more of a color of territory in the same area you have, the higher their mutual values increase. So you see that my red territories are now individually worth more now than they were when I only had one. I'm not sure if it's with the intention of tricking you to play an item. Can't do anything about that. I think it's just the way that certain AI is programmed. Like, Zagal will just always attack you, and if you aren't paying attention, you might think that he's doing something, and you're like, oh no, I gotta use this item and save myself. But like, if you know that they are always going to attack you, then you're not as likely to be fooled by that situation.
You've got a reward.
So I don't think it's them trying to,
Good luck
like,
to your next journey.
you know, catch you off guard in that sense. I think that they're
Aim for
just
the next fort.
aggressive. But it works. Like, it can make you go, oh, should I play an item here? And then you do, and then you realize you didn't need to, and you go, you got me.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
But yeah, I would say definitely in a speedrun context, this game is mentally taxing. Like, it will kind of, like, wear you down over time.
Sprite. Statue.
Yeah, certain characters are just gonna always be like that. I feel like sometimes you expect them to be aggressive and, like, something will happen and they won't attack you, so it's, like, not 100%, but, like, the aggressive characters, it seems like 85% of the time they're gonna attack you.
Discard your card.
And obviously Revolt has different AI than this one does. No, it's not necessarily that the monsters keep getting better. The cards you get are random after a battle, and you'll see that here in a second, that we're gonna get some cards. It's not that I'm getting progressively better cards as the game progresses. I'm getting, it's, I think, 2 rare cards,
Aim for the
3
castle.
uncommon cards, 5 common, something like that, you know, some distribution that's similar to that. And so, theoretically,
Holy words.
the rare cards are better in some sense, but that's not, you know,
You've got a
like,
reward.
necessarily accurate. It's just like they're,
You are the winner of this war.
they technically might have better stats, and so, like, the way that the game is pushing that is beat by some boy named Sweet Cheeks. The way the game is gating that is by limiting how many rare cards you're getting as the game goes. By the way, Sweet Cheeks, this guy's not Gemini. Good news, we saved the wagon.
The
I do
true
not
winner
actually
is
know how many cards are in
determined.
the game. This one has more than the previous game, though. So, we got Old Willow, which is a fantastic card. This might actually be a really good run now. I don't want to jinx it, but Old Willow is a great card. Going up the mountain. Rumors? That's nothing compared to the return of my wagon. Yeah, so we had about I think like 3% chance to get an Old Willow on that map. Maybe I think it's up to 4%. And it's a fantastic card. It can genuinely cause the run to be hours faster. So I don't want to jinx it, but it's good. Let's see what other garbage we want to get rid of. These bats can go. And this mace can go. Like, we're still, you know, experiencing cutscenes, so, like, I'm not expecting it to be a record run because of that. But you never know. Now we're going to encounter Leo, who's going to attack us for circumstantial reasons again. I will talk about why it's great in a second. The one who murdered my sister! Things just got real dark real fast. You will never be able to defeat Sweet Cheeks! So there you go, this kid thinks we killed his sister because I guess the lady on the mountain that we're going to see told him so. No evidence. Old Willow and Kelpie are two cards in the game that have an ability that forces both your allies, anyone who's not you, to stop on that square as long as you match the color of territory that's played on. So, Goligan's faces are the best part about this game. So the reason why those are so powerful is that the AI doesn't really deal with that very well. If you put down Old Willow and then you level up the territory, it's getting that, you know, HP bonus from being on the same color of territory as the card. And it's also going to force the enemies to stop on that square, and probably they won't be able to deal with it. The other thing that's going on is the AI kind of like tries to avoid stepping on those things if it can, and it can kind of break down when it's got an area that it needs to go through, but it doesn't want to step on a thing. It kind of like doesn't know what to do. No, please do not destroy my own cards. Thank you. Why would I even have the ability to do that? You want to destroy your own cards? Bro? What are you gonna do without that Harpy, son? Wait, what just happened? Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair way to look at it. It's... I'm not sure if you could classify it as an RPG. I mean, it depends on your definition of what an RPG is. We are playing a role.
Good luck to your next journey. Discard your
But it is definitely a fantasy strategy version of Fortune Street. Made by different people.
Will-o'-the-wisp.
Dave, are you a subscriber right now? Do you have the goal again emotes?
Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Mana. Growth bond.
I want to go this way and draw a creature because I need creatures. Thank you.
Wolf.
So we can do 50. What I said before, we gotta resolve our differences with card battles. That's just the way it is.
Discard your card.
I don't even know why he has a sword. Okay, everybody gets bucks. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. When I unlocked an animated emote, I was like, what could I possibly do with an animated emote? And this is the first thing that came to mind was make a goal again emote.
Aim for the castle.
Nobody outside of anyone who has witnessed this game knows what that is or what that's referencing, and I am okay with it.
Card.
We're gonna throw out these sixes. Is there anyone I want to shoot?
Aim for the castle.
Elements in terms of like the colors, I would say that pretty specifically because of how good Old Willow and Kelpie are, especially in Culdcept 1 and 2,
Giant.
that's going to put the balance in favor of blue and red. I couldn't do anything about that. You can't play armor on an amoeba. So this amoeba is different artwork from the previous one. You can clearly see that that lady is being attacked by an amoeba. So she's not riding it, so it's what makes me assume that the art in the previous game is a guy being consumed by an amoeba. But maybe that's why they made that change, because people found it confusing. And they got the note.
Magic bolt.
Okay, he's down to chainmail.
Discard
Be
your card.
less aggressive for a minute. That's correct, right?
Fly.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
His name is Amoeba Amoebason. Okay, so he can play the spear.
Harpy.
He'll have 60-50. Do I care to say? I don't care to save this. I could play either of those things to save this, and I just don't care. I don't remember who asked if there were cards that I specifically liked in terms of design.
Enemy.
It's hard to like single things out while I'm like trying to play the game and think about what I'm
Aim
doing.
for the castle.
But there are definitely cards that are better than others in terms of like things that I would want to put in my book or want to play. one interesting aspect of...
You've got a reward.
So when I ran this for the
Good luck
previous
to your
event,
next
I was the
journey.
only Culdcept runner. Since then, 2 Japanese runners have submitted runs, one for the PS1 version of the game and one for the PS2 version of the game. And it's interesting to see what different people value in terms of what cards they would choose to keep. I think that Sprite is doomed.
Undying. Sprite.
Not quite. I was guessing how many blue territories he had, and that's why that didn't work out. It's okay. It's not a big deal. It's just my pride.
The offense defeated.
I think the giant amoeba is kind of funny. That it's just like, you know, it's an amoeba. Yeah, let's just go ahead and shoot him.
Magic
We need
Ball.
vengeance. I think the sprite artwork is often funny.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
We want to level up. Wall of Ice would be a good one. The Minotaur would be a good one. Let's level up Wall of Ice. There's a card in this game. That's good. He's gonna do 50,
Wolf.
which is okay.
Hurricane.
There's a card called, I think it's Chon Chon. That's just like this thing with big ears that are clearly like used to fly. That's a pretty ridiculous card.
The battle was drawn.
Yeah, for sure. There are things you just can't track. The AI absolutely cheats in every version of Culdcept because they have access to those stats instantly. They don't need to look at the board and count things. So the cards that have stats that boost by number of creature type or something, like they just know that information and you don't. And you're not allowed to go back and look once you're in the battle screen.
Aim for the castle.
So why some people ask, like, do you think this would make a good board game? And I'm like, yes and no. Like, it would be cool to play it, but at the same time, there's a lot going on and a lot to keep track of. And
Haste.
having something sort of do the internal math for you is really helpful. So if it were a physical board game, I think it would have to be app-driven. Which at that juncture, like, why don't you just play the video game? Like, what advantage are you getting out of playing it on a board, on a table? Other than having cool little miniatures or things like that. But they'd be miniatures that you have to pull out for every card that you play.
Discard
ooh.
your card.
Let's throw out the sword. Where's he standing? I don't care about that. Okay, we're gonna pay attention to his hand and see if there's something we want to shatter.
Discard your card.
Probably that probably the fire sword. Because he could really wreck my business with that. I don't want that. I like my business to remain unwrecked.
Shatter.
Aim for the castle.
Definitely can't. Well, I don't have a creature I can play. If I did have a creature, I wouldn't be able to win that fight.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
I think Cornfolk is a popular creature. He's always funny because he's just like a dude that's made out of corn. Oh, there's Old Willow. Okay. This whole time I've been talking and I forgot that I had Old Willow and I wanted to be building towards that. So I want to level up a red territory so I can get Old Willow played, and I just have not been thinking about it at all. It's okay. We've been doing just fine without it, but now we need to change gears. Within the game, I would say not really. If you were... Should be okay.
Cerberus.
I already forgot if he has armor. He's got a gremlin amulet, so I don't care. Oh, now he's got armor. If you're trying to build around the Kelpie as a strategy, like that one has the problem of having lower HP values, so there are, I think, at least 2 examples of AI decks where they have Evil Blast, and they would just one-shot the Kelpie, and so if you thought there was some foolproof strategy leveled up, even at max level, like that would destroy it immediately, so that's problematic. I think I am going to just play this.
Discard your card.
It's not impervious right now, and he's going to stomp on it. But ideally, I draw some armor and I can protect it.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the castle.
Ideally, we don't step on that then. Whew.
Discard your card. Discard your card.
Sword is the least useful.
Discard your card. Discard your card.
Magic Bolt.
Generally speaking, over the course of the game, I want to remove anything. Like, I personally will not value anything that has 20 HP or lower just because of that. So I've seen people use the, what's it called? The, like, it's not Mimic. It's like a dummy that has no color, and it's only got 20 HP, and all it does is reflect damage back. It is a really good card under certain circumstances, but there are too many characters that just have magic bolts in their deck that they could just immediately kill it. That makes it seem useless to me. Decoy, yeah, that's right.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
So like I said, like, everything has an application, and you could certainly use it to great effect. It's decoy.
Discard your card.
But
Aim for the castle.
specifically in a single-player context, it, I think, is less valuable than other things. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to invest all my money in the Old Willow, and the next time he comes around, he will be forced to step on it and give me all that money back.
Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
Yeah, for sure. how long since I began the PS2 one? I've been playing for an hour and 12 minutes. So I did actually start my own timer this time.
Lizard Man. Wall of ice.
I don't know why. I don't know why I'm worried about it. Yeah, everything I've been saying about Kelpie and Old Willow does not apply to Culdcept Revolt. You get those, it seems like you get them more easily in terms of like the distribution of cards, and the AI knows how to deal with it at that point. So yeah, you can be easily fooled into thinking, oh yeah, I got this, I'm gonna wreck them, and you'll probably get wrecked. Because there are a lot of spells in Culdcept Revolt that I think pretty much were engineered specifically to deal with those sorts of situations. So we want to keep this armor. I don't care so much about this because I don't think I'm going to step on anything like his anymore. So yeah, if you missed it, the reason why Old Willow and Kelpie are good, you're going to see on his next turn. So you see how I've leveled it up, and he's, you know, just happily traipsing his way toward it.
Discard your card.
Oh, he got me! Wow.
Plain leap.
He's going around it. You'll see it in a few turns.
Fighter. Lizard Man.
I don't really care about this. Like, he can win this fight. Whatever. I would rather not play my armor. I would rather save it for the Old Willow in case some crazy thing happens where he could destroy it.
The offense defeated.
Don't even worry about it. It doesn't matter.
Discard your card.
Well, yeah, it should save a lot of time. Unless I'm bad, which, you know. It's 6 in the morning and I've been playing for, what, like 8 hours? So, like, yeah, there's a reasonably good chance I will make more mistakes as the run goes on.
Aim for the castle.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, that guy who just popped up in the chat is one of the only other Culdcept runners, so let's hear it for him.
Discard your card. Discard your card.
Don't step on his thing. Let's see if we can shatter something. Get out of town with that. You could use that to break armor if you attack my Old Willow, so say nope. But yeah, the reason why my estimate is so high is pretty much assuming that I don't get cards like Kelpie and Old Willow. We'll go this way.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
He's doing everything he can to go around it. I might still step on his... There's Merboy there.
Wolf. Lizard Man.
Doesn't matter.
The battle was drawn. Discard your card.
Get him down. watch him roll just all ones.
Discard your card.
So see, even though I have this set up, and it's been set up for a while to just, like, win,
You've got a reward.
he's taken forever to get around to
luck to
it.
your
So see
next
there,
journey.
he was forced to stop on the square. He's going to attack it. He can't win. He's just, you know,
Giant
flustered, and he's like, oh,
Will
no! Got a bat! So that's why that works so well.
Was too strong. You don't have
Yeah, I get
enough
infinite
magic
levels of
power.
enjoyment out of picturing whatever two things are getting into a fight in any situation.
Discard your card. Aim for the castle. Discard your card. Discard your card. Aim for the castle. Discard your card.
mana.
Just because we're probably stepping one of these sprites up ahead. Nope. Everything is fine.
Discard your card. Discard your card.
So, I mean, even with the cutscenes, we're only like 15 minutes slower than the record pace right now. It's not bad. Exactly like Sweet Cheeks. Don't you forget Sweet Cheeks. Alright.
The true winner is determined.
Okay. We got another boomerang. Probably, maybe, maybe, no, no, okay. I do want this boomerang, where it went, there it is. Well, we're pretty low on armor, so I might keep that still. I'll dump these normal swords, and I'll dump the magic bolts. So this is the first time in this game where we face two AI characters, and it's the same problem as the other one, where you're dealing with a swing of luck of they might target each other or they might target you. Are you helping us? Nope. So that's not a great starting hand.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort.
Yeah, once again, we're trying to save the universe, and, you know, he's been hired to just rough us up.
Aim for the next fort.
So she's got these spells in her book. She's got a lot of spells in her book. But specifically, she's got these spells that will waste my time if she plays them on me. There's Drought, which will make it so I can't level up territory. And then there's the one that makes it so you don't get the defensive bonus of that color, whatever that's called. She will randomly target someone with those things, but she will put a preference on targeting things that are leveled up. So, kind of generally speaking, I want to avoid leveling up until I see her cycle through some of those, or at least wait until someone else has leveled things up. So I want to watch what Riven does and kind of base what I'm doing on that.
Make an offering to
Yeah,
your
something
god.
about element.
Aim for the next fort.
There's cornfolk.
Aim
Everybody
for
loves
the
cornfolk.
next fort. Discard your card.
Or I can hold on to my shatter cards and break those things when they come up, which I might do. I'm going to play this even though it's worth basically nothing. I just need to get it out of my hands and more space.
Aim for the next fort.
She'll play these disease cards on me.
Disease.
Or on him. See, it's random. She's also got a spell there that will do damage to everything that has an effect on it.
Aim
So
for
that
the castle.
sort of combos with everything I just mentioned.
Aim for the castle.
Yellow. So so I'm not gonna do anything. Just hold on to my money.
Aim for the castle.
Oh, I shouldn't have held on to my money.
Dream magic.
So there you go.
You've got a
That's not
reward.
random. They will use that on whoever
Good
has the
luck
most
to your
money
next
at that
journey.
moment.
Aim for the next fort.
So there's your reason why you don't want to just hang on to money. Now I'll level things up because he's leveled something up.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort.
So even though we're fairly early in the run still, this is definitely a place where things can go wrong very quickly.
Sprite. Sprite.
So you can do 40 damage. If I go first, that should be okay because of these things.
The defense was too strong. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort.
Now she's got that gas, I don't want to attack her because she could just invalidate all damage. He's got 3 copies of Cornfolk. He's ready for a hoedown.
Cornfolk. Dragon zombie.
How can you not love that artwork? It's adorable.
The battle was drawn.
And I like the idea of this little corncob man walking up to this undead zombie and trying to punch it in the face.
Anti-element.
Yeah. If that's there's the anti-element spell, and she randomly selected me. There was pretty much a 50% chance she would select
Aim
me
for the
or
next
the bard down
Make
here.
an offering
Should have
to
selected the
your
bard,
god.
lady. Look at that. You're stupid. Yeah.
Skeleton.
It's called Haunt.
And a mosquito.
Haunt is absolutely the worst card in the game. He'll come up, and we'll talk about why it's an awful card when it comes up.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god.
He's getting in on the stocks. He's gonna throw out one of these cornfolk.
Discard your card.
The cornfolk will give you money if someone destroys it, so it's absolutely a valid strategy to intentionally sabotage yourself just to get money from someone. I could destroy this. No. Okay, let's just not worry about it. No.
Punisher.
You have to do an action to move creatures. Rough. So that was, she just comboed me into oblivion there. She cast that one spell on the sprite and then the other one to destroy it.
Aim for the next fort.
And I had no means of doing anything about it. I didn't have an opportunity to interact. If I'd landed on that tower, then I could have swapped it out, but...
Fly.
You can do a territory action to move creatures. If you walk past them or land on a
Make an
castle or
offering
tower,
to
you
your
can
god. Aim for the next fort.
move to an adjacent territory. But otherwise, creatures will just kind of like sit in a place.
Aim for the castle. Aim for the castle.
Yeah.
Huge spider. Will-o'-the-wisp.
I think this is okay. I actually haven't been paying attention to his equipment. Okay. We're fine. Spider with a boomerang!
The offense defeated the enemy.
Well, she got the ghost boat. I'm gonna use this on her because there's a chance I'll destroy one of her spells that I don't want to deal with. Eh.
You've got a reward.
That was not what I wanted to have destroyed.
Good luck to your next journey.
Can't do anything about that. Yeah, okay. Take my $20.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next
You'll rue the day you cross sweet cheeks!
Magic bolt.
That's why we want to get those sprites out of our deck as soon as we can.
You've got a reward.
So they'll just
Good
keep
luck
happening.
to your next journey.
I'm not sure there's ever a point in this game where where an enemy doesn't have those cards.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
So this is a 50% chance of her using on me or him. Wasn't a very good use of that card, but at least she didn't waste my time with it.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort.
Okay, so this is random. This creature can be either a T-Rex or a rat, and if it turns into a T-Rex, I'll lose. He's got the hand? I'm not gonna play anything. Okay, boots. I think he was gonna go first anyway. So. I lost that by random chance.
The offense defeated the enemy. Make an offering to your god. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Okay. Now that she's thrown this away, I can choose to attack her again.
Make an offering to your god. Aim for the next fort.
She's got a Morning Star and he's got a hand. I genuinely don't know why he played the boots. Like, they had no impact on that fight one way or another.
will-o'-the-wisp, wall of stone.
She might use her Morning Star here. Okay. So she did that explicitly to limit the amount of money that I pulled away from it, which is kind of funny that she's programmed to do that. I kind of don't care, because that means she
The
threw away
battle
her item.
was wrong. Aim for the next fort.
So he's intentionally doing this to get money. Because I'm going to destroy it because I attack first, and he's going to get... Oh. It's wrong. Don't worry about it.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Don't worry about it at all. He's intentionally doing that because he knew he would win the fight.
Discard your card.
Okay. It's the least useful thing.
Aim for the castle. You've got a reward.
Not the ghost boat.
Good luck to your next journey.
Well, I would just lose. I can do 40 damage. Yeah, I just lose. Okay. Things are not going great so far. Most of the things that have happened have been due to random chance.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
And Tumbleweed is kind of a trash card. I'm absolutely just gonna throw it out. Okay,
Aim for the next fort.
yeah, Ribbon's not doing bad. Okay, so if we attack this, she'll do 20. Why can't Will-O-Wisp use a boomerang? I will take 60 so I get my money back. Okay. It's not worth it.
Discard your card.
We're not, like, deprived on wealth. We're doing fine. It's just that
Aim for the castle.
a couple of the things that I've invested in have already been displaced. I don't really have any central strategy going on in this map right now. We are pulling up a
Hurricane.
reasonable third place. Cool.
The defense was too strong. You don't have enough magic power.
They made him sell his stocks and
Discard
everything.
your card.
I'm throwing out the Will-O-Wisp.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Listen, a bronze is still a bronze. She's got drought right now. I want to be careful about leveling anything up because she'll just drought the thing that's leveled the highest.
Aim for the castle.
As it stands now, she'll just do it on something random unless I shatter it. He's got more things leveled up than I do, so the odds are in my favor that she'll target his stuff. So let's hope that that
Make an
holds true.
offering to your god. Aim for the next fort.
There we go. Who's gonna get droughted?
Drought.
Nice.
You've got a reward.
And she's paying a visit to his
Good luck
corn.
to your next journey.
Succubus. Cornfolk.
Nice.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
It's anyone's guess what could be more valuable to me in the future. Throw out the armor. Hope for the best. Okay.
Aim for the next fort.
If I roll a 1, she will absolutely devastate me by playing that 0 on me and making me land on the thing again, so... That'd be bad. Ideally, let's not experience that together.
Aim for the next fort.
Look at him
Make
moving all the way
offering
across
to
the
your
map.
god. Aim for the next fort.
What did I say? Okay,
Centaur. Hurricane.
okay, we're just gonna slap him around a little bit.
The offense defeated
That was a big
the
deal.
enemy.
Holy Word 1. Slow.
Got chainmail and boots.
Wolf.
She's got
Dragon
nothing?
zombie.
Yeah. Anti-element.
The defense
Bum,
was
bum,
too
bada, bum,
strong.
bum.
Aim for the castle.
Holy Word 0.
Y'all leveled up? Nice.
Phoenix. Dragon zombie.
The defense was too strong.
Huh. there's Haunt. Let's see if she uses it on me.
Haunt.
Nice. So, what Haunt does is the AI takes control of that character.
Make an
She has a
offering to your
50%
god.
chance of playing on me or the other AI character. I don't really know if it means anything if the AI is being controlled by AI, but because like it
You've
might
got a
affect their
reward.
behavior or something. I don't
Good
know.
luck to your next journey.
But if she uses it on me,
Aim for the
then
next
I
point.
just don't play the game for a couple turns, and that's something. I still have to activate my turn, so I can't just like get up and walk away and, you know, take a bathroom break when it happens, unfortunately.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Boots and Spear.
Aim for the castle.
Just a spear.
Discard your card.
Holy
By using this on Rivern, I am canceling out the Haunt to make him step on that spider. She might anti-element my spider. I'd
Anti-element.
be not surprised in the slightest if she did. Yeah. Cool.
Aim for the castle.
We gotta deal with this again.
Emblem Skeet.
Alright, so this might be a
Spike.
T-Rex with a spear, and I'm not getting a defensive bonus now. So, you know, that's how it goes. Let's just... That could have been really bad.
The defense was too strong. You don't have enough magic power.
It's okay, we got through it. Everything is fine. Nothing is ruined. Hey, there's Old Willow. Unfortunately, we have no red territories, and we need 2 in order to even play the thing. So that's not good. Yeah.
Aim for the next fort.
We are not close.
Make an offering to your god.
60... Oh, okay. Tell this guy what I think about his banjo.
Bar.
Running him around. Now we have 1 red
Defense
territory.
defeated the enemy.
Should probably drought something.
Drought.
You've got a reward.
I don't think she can do
Good
anything
luck
about the
to your
spider.
next journey.
Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't
You've got
drain.
a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Now that we know that he has drain magic, we want to use all of this money as fast as possible. Fortunately, probably we won't get to anything that we can use it on. Other than
Aim
this
for the
turtle.
next fort.
So. Some
fort.
Culdcept bucks he's not going to steal.
Slow.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the castle.
What do we... Okay, the only reason for doing this is to just get rid of drought. I could have invested in something so he didn't steal my money from me. I'm not certain that he will.
You don't have enough
He seems to
magic
sometimes wait a few turns before deciding to do that, so he might still be okay. Nope.
Drain magic.
My dollars!
Aim for the next fort.
Phoenix. Minotaur.
The defense was too strong. Discard your card.
Okay.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next
Is there
journey.
anywhere where we can successfully convert something to red territory? Not like in an intelligent way. Pretty much just do this. Now I can at least play the old Willow.
Make an offering to your god.
Ideally, I will do that as I'm passing through the southern area.
Discard your card.
Definitely want to hold on to that armor. Or I can do it
Aim
now.
for the next fort.
Should probably disease it, fog it.
Holy Word 1.
Or she'll buy
Make
some
an
stocks.
offering to your god.
Phoenix. Zombie.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard your card. You don't have enough magic power.
Hey, there's Chan Chan. Hope we get to see that boy in action.
Discard your
Ooh,
card.
maybe she'll haunt me, and my AI-controlled character won't decide to level up the old
Aim for
Willow.
the next fort. Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
Let's see. I think I'm definitely not in third anymore. Poisoned that tornado somehow.
Discard.
Quite impressive, sweet cheeks. I think I'm in first.
Mine.
Discard your card.
I think any of these things could be applicable in a specific situation. I think I'm gonna throw out a shadow.
Aim for the next fort.
You gonna haunt me? Oh.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Succubus. Hurricane.
I don't. Sure. Tell you what I think of that.
The battle was drawn. Aim for the castle. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Bandit. Ghoul.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Mana.
Aim for the castle.
Okay, well.
Fog.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Go ahead and swap out this tornado that's poisoned. She'll probably keep trying to attack it.
Phoenix.
I need to... Every map in this game, it's a target amount of money that you need. Culdcept Revolt is the only one that has a single map that ends after X number of turns.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the next fort.
And what do you think of that?
Phoenix. Old Willow.
The battle was drawn.
There's probably some button I can press to like quickly show what the goal is on each map. I don't know what it would be, because there's
Aim
not
for
really
the
a
next
reason
fort.
to look for that information in a speedrun sense. Usually it's about 8,000 for a standard map. And then team battles, it's higher.
Ghoul.
And then towards the end, the value increases, so it's closer to like 10,000. Okay. Oh, it's gonna poison me. Paralyze? Or both? You got me, bro.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Whatever shenanigans were going on there.
Discard your card.
There's Chan Chan.
Make an offering to your god.
Fly.
Well, this guarantees I'm not going to step on this thing in front of me, so at least there's that. I don't think I have a reason to care about that.
Aim for the next fort. Make an offering to your god.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously there's a cumulative effect going on with the old Willow. The longer
Discard
things
your
go on
card.
and you're able to protect it, they're going to keep stepping on it. It really
Mine.
ramps up the, well, there are 2 mines there, and I might step on either one of them. That'll be a thing that could happen.
Aim for the next fort.
Nightmare.
I think this is fine. I'm gonna be really upset if I just screwed that up. I think she might win. Yeah. That's my fault. I shouldn't have leveled up the ice.
The
I can
offense
accept that being
defeated the enemy.
a flaw in judgment there. It's okay.
Aim for the next fort.
So I said the old Willow is not a guaranteed strategy just because you have it.
Make an offering to your god.
$15. They got me.
Aim for the next fort.
So this is gonna take longer.
Discard your card.
Phoenix. Harpy.
And the only reason that that was an issue is because she had a creature that could penetrate, so it ignored the defensive bonus. This is happening because I don't have any means of defending it, but I also don't care about that Harpy.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
So I would do 60, 70, no. I would do 75 damage to that. I don't have enough money to play anything on top of that, so I will lose.
You don't have enough magic power.
I'm tempted to drop the spider because it's like it's weak, but I will lose a lot of value in doing that. I'll just drop that one. So all of that was ripple effects from choosing to level up the wall of ice.
Magic bolt.
Man, get my turtle out of this.
Discard your card. castle.
If she doesn't use her Morning Star here, I'm gonna go ahead and shatter it.
Bandit.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the castle. You don't have enough magic power.
Now I'm really glad I didn't choose to dump that spider.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort.
Still don't have any green creatures to swap for that. Okay.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Succubus. Giant amoeba.
The offense defeated the enemy.
Monopoly with, like, fantasy creatures, yes.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort.
Some kind of convoluted plot about saving the universe.
Discard your card.
Let me take this from him.
Gladiator. Will-o'-the-wisp.
Oh, he had armor. Who knew? Oh, he had boots? Look at this boy. So because he went first, he took $100 from me
Defeated the enemy.
because I chose to attack him. Okay.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort.
Alright, now our book is shuffled, so the old Willow can show up again.
Shatter.
Aim for the next fort.
Yeah. Should be okay.
Hell.
I don't think she has anything that's going to make me sad. I threw the boomerang on it just in case. Yeah, the saving the universe plot has nothing to do with this specific battle. This is some weird, like, side plot thing where we're just trying to get some information out of this lady, but she's been possessed by something, and this other guy's just been hired to beat us up. Boom.
Aim for the next fort.
You're given a standard deck to start that's terrible. About half the cards that you start with are just not good.
Make an offering to your
And
god.
you get random booster packs as you progress through the maps.
Holy Word 0.
Yeah, the Mine is a pretty terrible card in that once you put it down, you have no control over it, so you absolutely have just as much a chance of you stepping on the thing as someone else. Maybe you can kind of like combo that with movement cards to force someone to step
Aim
on a
for the
mine,
next
but
port.
it takes up space in your deck that could be applied to other things, so I don't think it's a very valid thing to build a strategy around.
Aim for the next fort.
46.
Centaur. Phoenix.
So yeah, one of the decisions you're making in a speedrun sense is how much time you want to devote into the deck building phase between maps, because like it's part of the run,
The offense
and you could choose to just leave your book alone and just run right into the next map. You have to make those decisions on the fly because
Make an offering to
you
your
don't know what
god.
you're going to get at the end of every map.
Aim for the next fort.
I find that the decisions I make are always different.
Discard your card.
And personally, I value that type of speedrun where I'm having a dynamic experience as a player as opposed to a game where you just do the same tricks over and over again.
Centaur.
He can't win this fight. He's just being a dick. This is just what he does.
The defense was too strong.
Okay. Uh-oh, are we gonna get haunted?
Haunt.
We got haunted. So I'm gonna have to start my turn, but I have no control over what happens during my turn now, for the next 2 turns. I might even be okay with this card being in the game if it automatically started my turn and I could use it as a means of getting up and going and taking a break, but it doesn't. So, it's terrible. Yeah, sort of. Like, the odds of it showing up are something like 2%, 2%, 4% on the first 3 maps,
Aim
if
for the
I recall
castle.
correctly. So if you were doing a speedrun of this, and you absolutely wanted to build around a Kelpie or Old Willow, you would want to reset by the 3rd map if you haven't seen one or the other. Well, that was a reasonable one.
Aim for the castle. Aim for the next fort.
Whoop. Sweet Cheeks cannot be controlled. Telling us what we all already knew.
Castle.
You can't keep Sweet Cheeks down. What's he doing?
Gladiator. Wall of stone.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry, I interpreted the word mine as in, you know, like mine for the card. Yes, you can put a mine on an Old Willow or Kelpie. It would function that way, and that the Old Willow or Kelpie would stop the character moving through. They would be forced to stop on that space. They would be hit with the mine. And they would have to pay for the Old Willow. Or Kelpie.
Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. You've got a reward. You are the winner of this war.
Oh no!
The true winner is determined.
Hey! Okay, so she's lost her sage powers temporarily, and we need to go get a spell to fix that. Oh yeah, goal again is what it's all about. So I got a Kelpie. So now with both Old Willow and Kelpie, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna evaluate the build of my deck, and I might intentionally make it sway more heavily towards red-blue. Yeah. And also look for cards that combo well with those things. Right now, I'm just kind of like looking for things that are just kind of reasonably good, and we'll evaluate as we go. So I've been saying for a while that I wanted to dump these sprites. I'm also dumping Trampleweed. This is the PS2 one. We finished the DS game after like 7.5 hours, which was about average for the duration of that game. So we got lots of blue. We do not have many red cards to support our Old Willow, which makes sense in terms of like why it took me so long to get that card out last time. So I may want to do something about that. I don't know that I have many red creatures. I don't. Yeah, these are all terrible. I don't want any of that, so that's unfortunate. That's going to make it harder to use the Old Willow effectively, but we will carry on. Yeah, if you missed me explaining something, feel free to ask again. It's hard for me to gauge when ad breaks happen for people. Well, we'll listen to the lore first. We're looking for some ore to theoretically help that sage regain her powers. We lost a lot of time in that last map. It was about twice as long as I wanted it to be. Oh! We just saw this guy. Why are you surprised? So once again, this guy's picking a fight with us just because he saw us and he ran into us and he's like, card battle! And here's the worst music in the game. Absolutely, by far, terrible music.
Aim for the next fort.
Mostly because it's just such a short loop that you hear it over and over again.
Mana.
Aim for the next fort.
Drain magic.
Make an offering to your god.
I do have the option to turn off music in the options, and I have done that in the past with certain
Dream
modes.
train.
Yeah, this is a better map in terms of, like,
Aim
having
for the
control over where you land on things. Yes, this is probably Cornfolk's theme. I'm gonna use this on Picket,
Mind
because
seek.
Picket has a lot of defensive items, and so if I can prevent him from getting one, that'd be great. Ah, there you go.
Aim for the next fort.
Sure. So because we're back to a map where you have control over where you land, the most valuable spaces are the ones where you don't have control over where you land, so those upper lanes are the ones that we want to emphasize. Sure.
Make an offering to your god. Make an offering
I like
to your
how
god.
in the lore they talk about how he's used his sleep card to disable all the villagers. I have never seen him play sleep. He has it in his hands right now. Never. I don't think his AI is programmed to
Growth
use it.
body.
Aim for the next fort.
We will not get a change in music until we... until someone gets to the halfway point in value towards the goal.
Aim for the next fort.
Get a tower shield and nunchucks. Yeah, I mean... It's not a good defensive card.
Discard your card.
Rainbow Axe Spear.
Make an offering
Tower
to your god.
nunchucks. trying to decide if I wanted to play my wing on somebody.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
Axe, Spear, Mask. Tower, checks. Yeah. If you get an old willow up there, it might even do a thing, is what I was talking about earlier, where the AI will just, like, not know what to do. Because it's kind of programmed to stay away from the old willow.
To your god.
And so they might get caught in a loop where they just don't go into that spot. You need to go into that spot to touch the tower to do a full lap, so they might just, like, lose because of that. So that's why the Old Willow and Kelpie are great cards to have on maps like these.
Aim for the castle.
I don't want to play the Kelpie on, like, that space where I have a wall of ice right now, because they would just go down the other route.
Aim for the castle.
Still not anything I really want to play that wooden card on.
Make an offering to your god.
Sure. Like I said, that's not a good defensive card. Like, that's not really a great place to put that, but
You've got a reward.
I need to clear space in my hand, otherwise I'm just
Good
throwing
luck to
cards
your
away.
next journey. Aim for the next fort.
And in the meantime, if it doesn't die, it's earning me income whenever I do a full lap.
Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
I don't want to level up these things because they don't match the color of the territory, so I don't care about them. I do care about that. That's a little dangerous.
Discard your card.
Riverine currently has no defensive items,
You've got a reward.
so if I can take
Good
advantage of
luck
that,
to
I
your
should.
next journey. Discard your card.
Axe, Buckler, Mask.
Ice Storm.
Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
There goes sleep. He's probably gonna drain me. I don't think I've leveled anything up. Yeah. As if I had any ability to do anything about it.
Make an offering to your god.
Bum, bum.
Fly.
Aim for the next fort.
Ooh.
Werewolf.
Bold action for a bold man. He blocks it.
The defense
Riverine?
was too
Embarrassed.
strong.
Okay. either path. I've got a red card to play.
Aim for the next fort. Aim for the next fort.
Axe and a mask. Chainmail chucks. Don't roll a 1.
Make an offering to your god.
Fly.
Make an offering to
Yes.
your god. Aim for the next fort.
That's why the stakes are so high. Hey, we got Kelpie. Okay. I don't have a cool place to put that Kelpie.
Aim for the castle. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
No.
Discard your card.
So, right now my best candidate for where I could put the Kelpie is where that turtle is down there. Which isn't bad. One is fine.
Discard your card.
Mana.
Because that is also a square that everyone has to walk over. It's better to have it up here because you have to walk over it twice.
Aim for the castle.
But in order to engineer that, I basically would need to
Make an offering to
convert
your god.
territory to blue. Which takes more setup time. Not saying I won't end up doing that.
Discard your card.
So we want to hold on to this armor for the Kelpie. I do think the B is the worst thing I have. No, don't do that.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
Ooh.
Amber Mosquito. Remora.
A truly epic battle. Between a T-Rex with nunchucks and a catfish wearing chainmail.
The battle was drawn. Discard your card.
2 of those.
Aim for the next fort.
Alright. Yeah. Move creature.
Growth Body.
Make an offering to your god. Aim for the castle.
You're gonna give me the bald Anders? No, he's going for the mosquito.
Amber Mosquito. Centaur.
Okay. Well, let's do that. That's what I was saying, right? Like, it'd be really impressive. I would watch a T-Rex with nunchucks fight a catfish. Yeah, let's do this.
Shatter.
Because if I'm trying to set up the Kelpie, one of the things I want to get rid of is any weaponry. That's not what I want.
Carbuncle.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Will-o'-the-wisp.
I assume that this squirrel thing is throwing that armadillo at him.
The battle was drawn. You've got a reward.
He's
Good
got
luck to
chainmail.
your next journey.
Pickett has a mask.
Make an offering to your god.
He's buying stocks. Okay. Well, we got the Kelpie in place. Pretty sure Riverin can still, one or the other of them has a spell that does damage to all blue creatures, I think.
Amber mosquito.
Oh, we're still dealing with this thing. Oh, he got me. Oh, he got me. I wasn't thinking clearly. I would have lost no matter what. That was a horrible card to
Defense
play.
defeated the enemy.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Mana.
Aim for the next fort.
Backward. Backward is a great card to combo with Old Willow or Kelpie because you can make people walk back over the square again and get stuck and pay more money.
Aim for the next fort.
Unfortunately, he uses it on me. It doesn't help me right now. I might step on his fish.
Aim for the next fort.
I played a sword on myself that
Will-o'-the-wisp.
its
Wall of
stat
ice.
change was plus 60 attack, minus 30 health. And my thing had 30 health to begin with, so I killed myself, basically. The sword was too powerful. We're gonna chalk that one up to a mistake you make at 7:30 in the morning. I'm gonna play this on Kelpie.
Wing.
So that's a little bit better. Ska. I would do 60 damage. He's got a mask, and he would just protect himself, so can't do anything about that.
Discard
He was a
your
self-owned.
card.
That's what it was. Oh, Balldanders. Balldanders is a creature that just turns into a different random creature anytime you play it, so it's always funny to see them try to use it strategically. Actually, no. Let's leave that alone. I don't really want to play any of these things. So now I want to convert as many things to blue as possible up there because it's going to raise the chain value, which makes the Kelpie worth more.
Discard your card.
keep anything that can be used to protect the Kelpie.
Mana.
Hold on to all this defensive stuff and pretty much not prioritize protecting anything else.
Make an
Probably
offer
shatter his
to
axe
your
again.
god. Discard your card.
Dream
That's a horrible
tree.
card to play because he's going to immediately lose that effect as soon as he takes a single step.
Wereboar. Huge spider.
It's types of tiles in the same region. The regions are not always obvious. In this case, this map is divided north and south regions. So I just want blue tiles all in the same northern area.
Shatter.
So my turtle down there doesn't impact the chain value of stuff up at the top.
Make an offering to your god.
Sure.
Huge spider. Ember skin.
Huge spider. Fine. Crushed.
The battle was drawn.
Okay, so see, that
Fire explosion.
sucks. That's going to do 20 damage to a lot of my stuff.
Aim for the next fort.
And if he happens to draw
Wereboar.
magic bolts
Lucky.
before I have a chance to do a full lap or do anything, then that's enough damage to take out the Kelpie. Which is why it's a harder card to build a strategy around, because it's such a low max HP value. I didn't check to see if I'd drawn any
Was too strong.
growth cards. You can cast a spell that
You don't have enough magic
increases your
power.
max HP. I don't think I've seen any of them. That'd be a good support card for the Kelpie. Vitality is another good one.
Aim for the next fort.
Sure.
Bandit.
Does he have enough money to play any other card? No. Okay, so I just win, because I go first.
The defense was too strong. You don't have enough magic
So
power.
Riverand's about to have a really bad day, because he's going to step on that Kelpie, and then he's going to step on it
Discard
again.
your card.
Of these things, I think the spider is the least useful.
Aim for the castle.
Bum bum. Of course. Just made it so I'm gonna get less money from my Kelpie this turn.
Discard your card.
It's a Kawati. I'm pretty sure it's a real animal. think they're kind of like lemurs.
You don't have enough magic power. Discard your card.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Probably least useful.
Make an offering to your god.
Right here, I'm going to convert this to blue so that my Kelpie's worth more.
You don't
So you can
have
see
enough
why
magic power.
playing an old willow or Kelpie in those top lanes is pretty powerful if you get them leveled up like that. He does have a magic bolt, which I'm not sure how much HP the Kelpie has right now.
Dwarf. Kelpie.
10. So yeah, he can magic bolt it. Kelpie's gonna go first and win. Yeah.
The defense
It's anyone's
was
guess
too
why
strong.
the AI didn't think to use the magic bolt though, because he should have.
You don't have enough magic power. You've exhausted your magic power.
Even if he does and wipes it out, I just pulled in enough money between the two of them that, you know,
Discard your
shouldn't
card.
really matter. Yeah, so what I might do is toss this.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Knowing that he has the ability to wipe out my Kelpie, I can move it over. Wait. I'm gonna swap it. Which, unfortunately, I'm not gonna get money out of Picket right now. But the good news is that I'm gonna take a step forward and back,
Aim for the
and then
castle.
swap it back in. And it's healed. Yeah, we finally got away from that music. Oh, 2 magic bolts.
Magic bolt.
Someone's feisty. Congrats. You're such a bro, Rivern.
Make an offering to your god. Discard your card.
These ones are not super helpful. This is fine, I can play this.
Fly.
Aim for the next fort.
So we might magic bolt that once. Maybe it does, I'll just get over it.
Backward.
I might step on this Kawati, and I will not be pleased if that happens.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
It won't be enough to ruin me, but it'll definitely slow me down.
Magic bolt.
You showed me. I'm gonna play this 1 on myself,
Holy word 1.
so I don't have to move
Aim for
backward.
the next fort. Make an offering to your god.
Yeah, this music is much more tolerable. The problem with other ones is it's just such a short
Aim for the
loop,
next fort.
which is my my complaint about all the music in this game, and all Culdcepts actually, is that like the music on the whole is fine,
haste.
but it doesn't last long enough for a game that's like a map that's going to take you 30 minutes to get through, and it's like a maybe 3.5-minute loop.
Make an offering to your god. Aim for the next fort.
Remora. Gnome.
The offense defeated the enemy. Make an offering to your god.
Oh, he's going that way for some reason.
Fire giant. Huge spider.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the castle.
So investing in that doesn't really do anything for me because it's the only yellow down here and it's not in a chain, so it doesn't have like an exponential increase in land value. All it really does is kind of bank that money so that it's not on hand in case he draws a drained magic.
You don't have enough magic power.
I think that's all his money, right?
You've exhausted your magic power.
Banana.
Make an offering to your god.
That means we doubly experience the goal of Embarrassing River.
Mine.
It's not going to stop him from getting in one more fight to waste a little bit more time.
Amoeba.
The defense was too strong.
Go ahead and use the 6 to guarantee that we ended on this turn.
6.
Get out of here. Wrap it
You've
up.
got a reward. You are the winner of this war.
Okay, we saved these people, probably. Later. This mayor guy. This guy has my favorite art in the game. No! This Burt Reynolds guy. Three cheers for Sweet
The
Cheeks!
true winner is determined.
So that was fine in terms of time for that map. We're just still behind because of the previous one. We will add that fly and maybe that shatter. And we get ass. So what did I say? Shatter and fly? Oh, we got 4 shatters. That's pretty cool, actually. I'm gonna drop the mana. I'm gonna drop the 6s. That's good. So we're visiting this sage. Is my audio desynced? I don't know that I have the capability of doing anything about that. Message staff to see if they have any input on the matter. This is everybody's way. All problems must be resolved with card battles. Yeah! Sweet Cheeks, you seem to be a very complex individual. I got foiled by the inputs.
Fly. Squeeze.
Oh, we got warped.
magic bolt.
Aim for the next fort.
Is it resolved? I obviously have no idea what it sounds like to everyone else. Cool. Thank you.
Aim for the next fort.
Okay, well, we drew the Old Willow really quickly. Unfortunately, we don't have any red territories right now. However, this map introduces multicolor territories which are cheap to convert. So I can convert these territories that are out here on this island
Aim for the castle.
to red to make it so I can play that Old Willow and set myself up. And that's probably what I'm going to do. Same principle applies anytime there's a map that has... that's fine. We don't do that. Do that thing. And it doesn't give a bonus to anyone. Multi-elements, these rainbow ones, give a bonus to everyone.
Aim for the castle.
So you could just level it up as it stands, and no matter what is placed on there, as long as it's not neutral, it will get a defensive bonus. Oh! Yeah, I can see the video struggling. I see that freeze. Did it fix itself?
Aim for the castle.
Cool. So like I was saying, anytime there's a teleport situation going on a map,
Good luck.
it's
to
probably
your
going to
next
slow you
journey.
down if you get pulled over to that area. So I'm stuck over here until I land on one of the teleports to get off of this island. The good news is that I kind of need different cards anyway, so it's not that big a deal, and I can be doing this in the meantime.
Discard your card.
So if you missed it, the narrative here is that this guy, we need a spell from him so we can go cure that first sage that we met. He won't give us that spell until we fight him. And Leo still thinks we killed his sister, so he's still upset about that. Just get over it, buddy. I don't have $100.
Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
Oh!
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Meanwhile, they're doing great. They're thriving over there. Yellow is actually the least useful thing for me.
Aim for the next
This is the bottom tier map for this game.
Discard your card. Jump into the unknown realm. Discard your card. castle.
Haste.
Discard your card.
Yeah.
Relief.
Alda has a lot of spells that he'll cast on himself. Often they're things that block me from doing anything to him. And he's got reasonable equipment. A lot of armor.
Aim for the castle.
Okay,
You
finally got
reward.
money.
Good luck to your next journey.
Put it on this side. Play it on me.
Holy Word
I
3.
dare you. Leave it on himself. So see, in this game, they are programmed to absolutely stay away from the teleports if they can. They will, affect their own
Discard your
movements
card.
to intentionally stay away from them. They know that it's pretty bad if they get stuck on that island. Yeah.
Aim
I've
for
got
the
some of the
next
pieces
fort.
I need, but not, like, the right pieces. That's one that I
Discard
could
your card.
use. So I'm gonna throw out the movement. Because remember, I need to get 2 red territories under my control before I can even play an Old Willow. Ideally, I want to level up one of those red territories and play the Old Willow on it after I level it up.
Discard your card.
Least useful thing.
Fly.
And also remember I have a Kelpie in my book, which probably will end up coming up because I've got all these blue creatures
Aim for the
that I'm
castle.
playing everywhere. So what we can do is move that amoeba over onto the red. Now we can play that Old Willow. Unfortunately, that thing is
You've got a
not
reward.
protected while it's sitting there.
Good
but,
luck to your next journey.
If we can manage to make things work in our favor, that's a great place for the Old Willow
You've
to
got
be
a
located.
reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Oh. Shoot.
Discard your card. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. Aim for the next fort.
I'm gonna shatter his Gremlin amulet because that's a more dangerous thing for me because he can use it to destroy whatever item I play, so he could stop me from playing armor on an Old
You've
Willow,
got a reward.
which I don't want.
Good luck to your next journey.
Either's fine because what we're gonna do is we're going to exchange creature. Put this one down.
Discard your card.
Leo does not have something like Evil Blast. He might have Magic Bolt.
Growth Body.
here.
Discard your card.
So we're doing all right. We just got delayed at that start by getting stuck over the island for a while.
Aim for the castle.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Aim for the castle.
I'm gonna put this down for the chain value, which makes me throw out this armor. That's okay, because I still have a piece of armor.
Aim for the castle.
Fly.
You've got a reward.
I'm gonna step on that giant, but that's
Good
alright.
luck to your next journey.
It's gonna cost me. Okay. Level this up. 4. Pay the fine. We're halfway there. Now all we need to
You've
do
got a
is get
reward.
the old one
Good luck to your next journey.
without someone destroying it.
Discard your card.
Samurai. Spitting cobra.
Dum, bum, 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 bum. They won't. I don't know that there'd be really a situation where they would be able to choose one versus the other based on the structure of this map. So I don't know that they have like a preference in that case. They would definitely, if they had the ability to choose, I think, avoid the teleporter at all costs.
Aim for the next fort.
Yeah. Should be fine. Neither of them have weapons
You've got
right
a
now.
reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Yeah.
Lizard man. Or willow.
So, at the start of this turn, I'm going to play Wing on the old Willow to give it first attack and plus 20 attack, which is just sort of like another form of defense.
You don't have enough magic power.
Wing.
That's okay.
Aim for the next fort.
20 bucks.
Discard your card. Aim for the castle.
So I'm leveling that up intentionally, just in case I draw the Kelpie. That'll give me a place to put that.
Relief.
And then they'd be pretty upset if I get that kind of chain set up.
Discard your card.
Probably gonna shatter that Gremlin amulet.
Shatter.
Same reason as last time.
Aim
Nice.
for the next fort.
Get a taste of the amoeba, son.
Lizard Man. Giant amoeba.
The defense was too strong. You don't have enough magic power. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Yeah, that's okay. Like, I probably shouldn't have gone here. Should've given money. So I level this up. So it cost me like 600. Probably plenty of things I can release, right? I'm not gonna risk it. I'm just gonna give him money. I probably should have gone around. That's my fault.
Barrier.
Aim for the castle.
Werewolf. Soul collector.
That was a brain lapse. He had a plus 10 because he owns the creature next to it.
The offense defeated the enemy.
That boy's just getting wiped out.
Gladiator.
The offense defeated the enemy.
This is the PS2 game. This is Culdcept 2. We already finished the DS
Fly.
game. Alright, so 9 would take us over there. Let's do that.
Aim for the next
No,
fort.
if you move a thing, they do not keep any status effects you played on them. I just wasted time by stepping on that giant, so we gotta just do a whole lap basically just to recoup our costs. And our that tree's not particularly valuable right now because he won that fight against my red thing. And that was entirely my mistake. That wasn't even like random chance. I just didn't do the right thing. That was random chance. He just got destroyed because he rolled a 1.
Magic power.
So this is a situation where it is possible that because we both made errors, I mean, he didn't really make an error, because we both landed on that expensive thing, we pushed Alda's value up, and he could feasibly win just because of our incompetence, our collective incompetence. We'll see. Try to get around the board. He's gonna make me land on that teleport, which I'm not happy about. There's still plenty of time.
Discard your card.
Shoot his guy, not mine. Nice.
Discard your card.
Turtle is the least useful thing to me.
Jump into the unknown realm.
Sure. Converting that doesn't really do much of anything for me, other than I could feasibly convert other things to blue over here and get a chain going, which would raise their land value. Generally speaking, it's not worth your time to invest in the things that are over here on the island.
Discard your card.
That Grail tricks him from taking damage. So see, I'm not exactly sure what he's doing movement-wise right now because he chose not to walk toward the castle, even though he's already past the towers.
Blackout.
It's possible he would have landed directly on the tree, and that's why he chose to go around.
Aim for the
Or he
castle.
might be routed to stay away from the tree by all means. If that's the case, then he just will never touch the castle.
Lizard Man.
This doesn't matter, I'm pretty sure. I'll have to throw a boomerang on it anyway, but I'm pretty sure this doesn't matter at all. And the boomerang just comes right back to me.
The defense was too strong.
Hey!
Jump into the unknown realm.
I'll go ahead and convert this to blue, just so we've got some chain value going on. It's technically worth more to me. Yeah,
Discard your card.
one boomerang can go.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
So both of them avoided walking towards the center. If that's the case, where they just refuse to go in there because they don't want to step on the old willow, then they'll just keep walking in circles, and it'll be kind of slow because I'm not getting money from them, but they're also not getting money, so it kind of balances out.
Aim for the next fort.
That's too much money. So this is what I was talking about earlier, where the AI kind of
Discard
breaks.
your card.
They need to touch the castle in order to like progress and do well, but they won't do it because they're afraid of touching the old willow.
You don't have enough magic
Meanwhile,
power.
Leo is just stinking up the joint.
You've exhausted your magic power.
Alda probably has enough to win right now. And I have to deal with that.
Discard your card.
Dream Train.
Because he can just go around the back and touch the castle as long as the AI knows to do that. Which I assume he does.
Discard your card.
Squeeze.
And if I lose this, again, it's 100% my fault. I shouldn't have gone up into that giant earlier.
Amazon. Hellhound.
I don't care if he kills this thing.
The offense defeated the enemy.
No, there's not any chance of my killing it while he has that grail, because the way the grail works, it just blocks all damage, then you have to pay money equal to the amount of damage you would have taken,
Aim for the next
which,
fort.
no matter what you do, is not going to be, like, detrimental enough to counter the 1,000 bucks that I would lose by landing on space.
Discard your card.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6... So it's not a great situation to be in, and that makes it significantly worse because I landed on that.
Discard your card. Discard your card. Aim for the castle.
So this thing... 40...
Lizard Man. Hot.
But what I figured would happen. So all I cared about doing here was giving my Lizard Man enough health that he didn't die. I used up one piece of armor. Now, he's still got the Grail, so I still have to deal with that, but that gives me a better chance. It didn't cost me anything other than the cost of the boomerang to make that happen. Well, it doesn't matter. He's gonna get to the castle. I hope everyone loves this map, because we're gonna play it again.
Jump into the unknown realm. Discard your card. You've got a reward. You are the winner of this war. The true winner is determined.
Hey, guess what? That's why the estimate is so high. I don't want any of those things. We get to see this cool cutscene. Nice. We did it for the lore. Okay. Quite okay. Yeah. That's what they were aiming for. That was the note the director gave the composer. Make it tolerable, please.
Aim for the next fort.
Vitality.
Aim for the next fort. Jump into the unknown.
I would estimate that the number of mental lapses I will make will increase dramatically as this run goes on. That's just a result of playing these games back to back. Sure. We can level that up.
Aim for the castle. Discard your card. Discard your card.
Barrier.
Jump into the unknown realm.
I'm so impressed, Leo. You're so good at getting off that island.
Magic bolt.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Move. Oh, he would have lost the vitality.
Aim for the castle.
So far, this one is less of an uphill climb because we didn't immediately get sent over to the Shadow Realm.
Aim for the castle.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, that's a good place to put them.
Vitality.
Especially since the way the multicolor works, it already has a defensive bonus. I just didn't manage to get that engineered properly.
Discard your card.
Armor. It's one red territory.
Holy Word 3.
Send Leo over the island again. Send yourself over the island.
Jump into the unknown realm.
This is a reasonable start.
Jump into the unknown realm.
Came right back.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey. Discard your card.
Because this Mad Clown is going to give a 10 HP boost to everything he owns. So that's not ideal. Luckily, it's only got 20 HP, so it's pretty vulnerable to a Magic Blast, and probably Leo will just bolt it out of existence, so I don't have to worry about it.
Discard your card.
But in the meantime, if I get into a fight with the guy, I need to calculate that because the game does not do it for you.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
They'll straight up lie to you and say, yeah, you can totally win this fight, and then you'll be surprised when you get into the fight and they get a 10
Aim
HP
for the
boost.
castle. Jump into the unknown realm.
And then it'll call you names for not thinking about it on your own. So Shatter is probably the least useful thing.
Aim for the next fort.
Yeah.
Erasure.
Discard your card. Discard your card.
I'm getting all my armor early when I don't need it. That's a terrible fly. Okay. I can do 70 damage, and he can protect up to the 80.
Aim for the next fort. Discard your card. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Two glaives and a trident. A lot of stuff.
Aim for the
Fire
next
swords,
fort.
scale mail, sling.
Discard your card.
One.
Aim for the castle. Discard your card. Discard your card.
not even gonna bother. Because my thing is poisoned, even Ant is doing a critical hit.
The offense defeated the enemy. Discard your card.
I'll wait on that. Okay, thanks.
Lizard Man. Spitting Cobra.
The offense defeated the enemy. Aim for the castle. You've got a reward.
So next turn I'm going to use Fly.
Good luck
I wanted
to
to
your
save it
next
so I
journey.
could make it more useful for me in terms of being able to avoid valuable territories if at all possible.
Discard
Hopefully,
your card.
Fly is more than like a 3 or a 4, so I actually get somewhere with it.
Fly.
Aim for the castle.
Oh, it's too bad.
Vitality.
Fly.
Fly.
Aim for the next fort. Jump into the
That's not
unknown
scary.
realm.
Shatter.
Discard your card.
Okay, I'm probably going to shatter that rail as soon as his barrier effect goes away.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Fire Giant. Grim.
The offense defeated the enemy. You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Aim for the castle. Aim for the next fort. Discard your card.
Shatter.
into the unknown realm.
Sonic wave.
Discard your card.
Haste. Haste.
You've got a reward. Good luck to your next journey.
Yeah. So I'm doing this to make him play his armor.
Lizard man. Mad clown.
Okay. Or he'll play the glaive. That's cool.
The defense
Now he doesn't
was
have a glaive.
too strong.
But he's got more armor.
Aim for the next fort. You don't have enough magic power.
Growth body.
Aim for the next fort.